ended in 3 years. 3 years that thing was over.
But the North
You guys are going on it for like what, 76, 77 years? No, I mean, all I hear is excuses. And you know why UNRWA doesn't end? Because it's not worth it for the Palestinians for UNRWA to end. Why do they have their own organization and another organization does the rest of the world? And you don't even see, this is relatively embarrassing. You don't even see that. I mean, all you're interested in doing is sucking on the UN's tit, okay, and complaining and whining because you've got more than enough people that are sitting out there that are willing to fight to the last Palestinian, which quite frankly, I think you're one of them.
Me?
All right,
No, he's not
pro-UNRWA.
No, he's not pro-Palestinian.
But you guys you don't seem to understand that the political context in the West Bank is what's significant in the future.
Cool story, kid. Does anyone else have something to say?
Can I ask?
I mean, you're even following what's happening right
What
now?
did you say, Mayor? Mayor, hold on, everyone.
No, I said...
Try to do one at a time.
No, Mike is just going in circles. I want someone that has something actually to say.
Yeah, I
It's
have a question for
basically,
you.
I'm pointing out
Mike, can you mute Mike? Yeah, let someone else, Mike. You got to mute up for a little bit. Let some other people talk, okay?
I wonder if he's here.
Because, I think nobody knows what's happening.
Could you
Wait, no, hold on. One at a time. One at a time. Del is talking, right?
Yamiel, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
So, if I understood it correctly, your position is that there should be
why do they have their own organization?
basically, like we have the Area C, right? So we would do the same for Area B and A as we do for Area C, right? We have military and police and administrative control. Do you think this is a bold enough idea, like for Trump to support? Is it something that he would be ready to go for? I'm not sure. I mean, how bold he is in that sense, because we could.
More Rubio would be. Don't you think it would come through Rubio? Kind of. I mean, just go through like the system that's going to work it to get it up to Trump. Would probably be. It would be sold. I mean, two things. It would be sold to Rubio, and also you've got. I keep saying this in rooms. People forget it that you have the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that is diehard on this, much stronger than the Trump administration. I mean, from Lindsey Graham and Tom Cotton and what they're spewing and what they're believing. So you have two branches of government that are going to be pushing for this. So when you say, will Trump get behind it, I think you're going to see the Senate behind it as well. I don't know if that answers you.
No, it kind of does.
Maybe I could just chime in on that since he addressed me directly, if you guys don't mind. I think in 2025 and 2026, the first 2 years of the incoming Trump administration will give the appropriate timing on the end of this current conflict, hopefully ending current conflict, in order for Israel to stand up and exercise sovereignty throughout the entirety of Judea and Samaria and Gaza, and that new ideas are going to have to be floated out there and opened up to, because the old paradigm of the two-state solution has been tried over and over and over again and failed. It's been offered over and over again and failed. An independent statelet like Gaza with a unilateral withdrawal has already been tried, not only in Gaza, but also withdrawing out of South Lebanon after the Second Lebanon War, and also withdrawing out of the Sinai, even with a peace deal with Egypt, has led to more terrorism and chaos in areas in which Israel has previously withdrawn from, that we are not going to be withdrawing from any more territory, and that we have to look forward to a new solution, which is not really being talked about yet, which is full sovereignty over this entire area, and looking at other ideas to provide some sort of autonomy for the Arabs living within Judea and Samaria, which claim to be Palestinian, which carry the Palestinian identity. These people should have some local governance, but they should not have the same sort of sovereignty that an entire nation state has, with the ability to have an army that is right on our border, because they have demonstrated their past behaviors to disqualify them of having that power. They have disqualified themselves. And until we see some sort of a surrender and defeat and a victory for Israel, this is going to continue, and I do hope that we will see that leadership. And I think coming in with Mike Huckabee, who says specifically it's Judea and Samaria, with Tom Cotton putting forth legislation in the Senate just in this past couple of weeks here, last week or so, which says specifically that all official documents coming from the United States should eliminate the West Bank and use the words Judea and Samaria, that these are clear signs. And when you hear what Marco Rubio has to say about this area, when you hear what the incoming National Security Advisor Waltz has to say about this, when you hear what the Secretary of Defense has to say about Hamas, okay, that we have the strongest pro-Israel government, I think maybe in the history of the relationship between these two countries, that now is the time for us to move forward for a new vision of one Jewish state. That's my opinion on that. And so yes, Vels, I think that the people in charge right now in Israel, I hope, and those in charge in the United States have the stomach to move forward with bold changes to reshape how we're handling this conflict.
It's just, there's no answers for what will happen to the millions of the Palestinians in the West Bank or Judea and Samaria.
What we can say is that the millions of Arabs living inside Israel enjoy a better quality of life than Arabs living anywhere else in the entirety of the Middle East. But the Arabs that live within Israel under the sovereignty of the Israeli government have more rights than any other Arab living in an Arab country.
Is the plan to supply those civil rights now to the Arabs living in the West Bank? Because it doesn't seem like that's on the table.
If first they have to surrender and agree to living under one Jewish state.
Well, they're not going to. They're not going to.
Well, then more of them have to die, Mike. Okay,
well,
because
so that is exactly what I'm saying.
When your enemy swears and openly declares they want to murder you and kill all the Jews, it is our duty to stand up, to rise up and kill first, okay? So until they can surrender their death to Israel, death to Jews mentality, it is our duty to kill them first.
So your plan is genocide in the West Bank?
That is not what it
Sure sounds like it.
I said that they need to surrender. That we
Okay, so Mike, this is why you're
they're not going to.
Mike, this is why you're useless to talk to. You're just going to go in circles forever. So you decided that the Palestinians will never talk. They will only want to kill until they die. Therefore, it will be a genocide. Based on what your claim is, your idiotic claim, they deserve genocide. But any intelligent person knows that as soon as Hamas is removed and these power structures coming from the outside, like Iran, is removed, they will not choose death. They will choose to live peacefully with their neighbors, unless you are such a big racist that you think the Palestinians would rather die than live in peace. And if that's the case, then that's what will happen. So now to stay on
just
YouTube,
a very
shut up, Mike.
take.
You're boring.
You know, you're boring because you're such a fucking idiot.
I have no patience for circles. You so lying. Well, you keep saying you want to know other people's opinion. Are you agreeing with Yirmiyahu or closer to Mike Banks?
Well, I agree that that's the only solution that we haven't tried yet. So, I can't think of any other one that we haven't tried yet. So, in those terms, yeah, I agree with that. We need to move into a different direction if we want a different result.
I'll tell you what we haven't tried yet. We haven't tried the carrot and the stick. This is what it'll take to get to a state, and there's no compromise until then. Death penalty for terrorists, no acceptance of moderate terrorists, no negotiations. But as soon as you're willing to play ball, you get a state, and a state without an army, without control of your borders in that way, because you're not to be trusted just yet. But every time Israel's negotiated, they have compromised on who they negotiate with.
They're not going to, I don't agree. I think that we need to say that that two-state solution is dead and murdered on October 7th. That was the last straw. There's no more point in talking about it. So now let's talk about something different.
Here's why I don't like your plan,
The two-state solution is dead and done.
But this is why I don't like your plan, and not because of the plan. It's because you can't have it both ways. You can't annex the territory and not give citizenship. That would actually be a part
Is Abby still here? Abby, can you brief him real quick on David Friedman's plan for the one Jewish state? I mean, from the political aspect of it, legal and political.
Is that David, like libertarian David Friedman?
David.
He is an ambassador to the ambassador. Yeah. He wrote a book called One Jewish State.
Well, that's the reason I asked about the areas, right, the A, B, and C, because we already have something in place. We don't need to destroy like everything. We already have something in place that can work. I think that basically if you change the control of Area C, make it like work under the terms of Area B, and then gradually move I'm sorry, no. Do you want me to spell it out how
No, I get what you're saying. You want Area A to go back to being Area C. But
no. Area C is administered by Israel. So Area C basically is what we want to gain both A and B, and you just do it gradually, basically from C to A.
No, but
So
then you're not agreeing with Yamiel. C to A means creating a state, means making a secondary state.
Not necessarily. I think. I mean, it's still an autonomy, right? So you don't annex it really. You keep it autonomy. You just change the structure of power. Who administers who is administration?
The problem with that idea is it's a permanent occupation, which means that your great grandchildren are going to be serving in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. Now, if that's the only solution, then fine. But there's hopefully an exit ramp where that can end. Now, the only way that can end is if the Palestinians take control and put into power a peaceful government. Now, I understand that's like a big step to get there. I just don't know why that's off the table, because the reason why Oslo failed is because it was negotiated with Arafat. Israel has never waited for a partner that actually wants peace. Now, maybe they will never come, and then I'll go to my grave saying that they never came. But I don't know why they take that off the table.
Because we cannot give up our security, and we cannot give up we can't look at our history and what's happened so far and the negotiations and the offers which have preceded it to say that we should offer the same things again. It's crazy, actually, that this deal right now, this quote-unquote ceasefire deal with the devil right now, is the same deal that's been offered since May, more or less. It's nuts to me. It's nuts to me. Look, we give you an offer, and then you come back and you want something. You need to get less now than you wanted before. Okay, they cannot. They've lost the two-state solution. It is dead and done. And if we don't open our eyes to some other, maybe we all haven't even thought of it yet. Maybe it's not been talked about yet. But if you can't conceptualize a way in which Israel is the sovereign over this land, where we can provide a better quality of life to all that live there, that want to live in peace with us. Okay, I'm not talking about genociding all of the Arabs. Okay, what I am saying is to genocide all the fucking jihadists. Okay? And if they want to live in peace with us and be our peaceful neighbor, then we can help have a wonderful life together. And if you can't envision something like maybe the way America does it, Puerto Rico is not a state. The American Samoa is not a state. Guam is not a state. They don't vote for our president, okay, in the United States. Okay, but they receive many of the same rights, and I don't know all the specific definitions here, but they get such a great quality of life, and they have local autonomy.
They don't have an army either. They receive protection from the...
They receive protection from the U.S. So this is what I'm saying that we need to be opening our eyes to, and to become open to some other solution that has not been talked about, because one state where it becomes majority Arab, majority Muslim, that doesn't work for the Jews. Okay, that doesn't work for us. Making it two states where we have our neighbor who now we've recognized as an official government, an official country, which can have a military and military alliances with our enemies, okay? That doesn't work for us, okay? That doesn't work for us. Now, what can we do to help find them some level of sovereignty so they can have local governance of themselves? Well, we can help provide civil infrastructure. We can help provide security of the entire area. And lastly, to create this other two-state solution, another Arab state, another Muslim country with no Jews? Why in the world can Jewish people not live where the Palestinians live in the two-state solution? Because they want all the Jews out. Does that mean then shouldn't all the Jews leave Israel? I mean, shouldn't all the Muslims leave Israel? If they're going to demand that the quote-unquote settlers, which is an offensive pejorative, the residents, the Jewish residents in Judea and Samaria, cannot live in Judea and Samaria because this is the quote-unquote Palestinian Arab state, not Jordan, which it is. Point being, why in the world would we agree as Jews to say, you know what, we're gonna actually help you ethnically cleanse all Jews out of Judea and Samaria, Judea, where Jews come from? This is fucking sick and nasty for anybody to even consider that. So anybody that feels that it's an appropriate thing to do to give a country to a bunch of terrorists that swear our destruction is insane or suicidal.
I mean, I think saying that you want to live in peace with people in Middle East is just a crazy idea. I mean, just saying that really puts you in a position where everybody sees you as a weak person. I think, Israel should always have the intention to attack, not to defend. Because as long as you want peace, then, people will see you as weak. So I think that's crazy. I mean, you're in Middle East where everyone tries and wants to kill you and eliminates you. So that's really crazy for me to hear.
Well, that being said, I hope that you heard the first part of it, which is that our enemies need to recognize defeat. They need to admit that they've lost. They need to surrender. And without a surrender, nothing moves forward. None of these pontifications in which we discuss here on Clubhouse about one state, two state, canton states, one Jewish state with some territories, blah, blah, blah. None of this means anything unless the people and the leaders of these, the leaders recognize that they've been defeated and they accept loss and they accept that Israel they failed not only to prevent the creation of the state of Israel, but now they have failed repeatedly in 48, in 67, 73, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s, and now again in 2023 to 2025, they have failed to destroy the state of Israel and that they surrender and accept that the state of Israel is there. So the first and most important thing that we need to create is a decisive victory for Israel and a decisive defeat in the eyes of our enemy, where they go on to Al Jazeera TV. And let me see, never defeated from this stupid bitch Z. Guess what? Remove. Okay. That woman is a cancer to fucking society. The point being is that they need to recognize defeat. And the more that they get out there in the middle of the street, as we're giving them a lifeline, a fucking life preserver, restocking them, resupplying them, refortifying them with this deal with the devil right now, dancing in the street as if they won this war, it's only a demonstration of how much harder we have to punish them so they can come to the realization in which they have lost.
I think the solution for this problem is not in Gaza or in Palestine, West Bank. It's outside. I mean, Palestinians have never made any decisions for themselves. I think they've always been influenced and pushed by others outside Gaza to do what they are doing. So I think it's time for Israel to start doing something outside Gaza.
No, the way most countries get formed is they build a state up and then they declare a state. They build up the institutions, the frameworks, the government, the thing, and then they say, okay, we're a country. This has happened time and time immemorial. The Palestinians need to build a government and institutions that are free from corruption and declare themselves that our goal is to create a country not through terrorism, but through constructive means. And until that point, everything's off the table. Till they get to that point where they say, what? But it's never going to happen. I'm sorry, what, Abby? Yeah, I know.
They have to be educated that way. It's not going to happen. But the comment right before was very poignant, and it shouldn't be skipped over because it is outside of their jurisdiction of the influence. And I think that's what you're also probably going to see with this deal. The other assurance that came from the U.S. in order to make the deal, which has to do with that outside influence and a joint effort to get rid of that outside influence.
But at its core, they need to do something from the inside, and I haven't seen them prepared to do things from the inside, other than to build a state through terrorism, and it just doesn't work that way. Cannot be rewarded, and will not be rewarded.
You heard what the first part of it.
May I ask something? I don't know if you guys are aware of the. Oh shit, Abby is on the phone. Jamia, everyone's on the phone, so I'm gonna wait.
What's the question?
I was just because I heard some people saying that Netanyahu was not invited to the inauguration, and I was just wondering if anything happened between him and Trump. I mean, I have not really read anything in regards. But I don't know if it's true also.
I don't know. I haven't seen anything in the Israeli press.
I thought that Abby would be informed about this.
Instead, only try to realize the truth.
In my mind, in history, it's not generally like let's invite all the world leaders to our inauguration. It tends to be a national event.
Which is only ourselves.
How do I say your name? Is it Yakov? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yakov.
Yakov. Well, I mean, we could just believe them when they tell us themselves that they have no intentions of doing what you hoped for in the future. I mean, as we speak, there are celebrations of victory and declarations of war against all Jews and death to Jews, and we're reassembling our military and we're coming after you, watch out, all these chants in the streets. I mean, they're telling us themselves that there's no hope of that happening.
And that's my point. The actions are what matters, and the actions are against creation of a state that, wants to be a legitimate state that is not expansionist in nature, i.e., a state that is created in a certain territory, but whose ultimate goal is to, expand into other territories. I can't think in history of another country that was formed in such a manner. And if you read the writings of certain Hamas officials after 1987, essentially they said they will recognize Israel. Let's say they, in their wildest dreams, they said, okay, let's go to a 1967 borders. We'll recognize it, but only as a stepping stone to the eventual destruction. So when they say, yeah, we'll do this and we'll accept this, it's only as an interim step. It's not as a final step. And the final plan is the one that needs to be understood completely through reading what they wrote, from listening to interviews on TV, on Lebanese TV, on all sorts of different TVs. Listen to what sorry, my folks.
Good one.
Abby, are you there?
Fucking great one.
Yeah,
What?
Yakov comes back. I just wanted to ask you, is it true, or have you heard anything related to Netanyahu not being invited to the inauguration of Trump?
No, he's invited. A question of that. I mean, he's running a country in the middle of a war.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't see.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I just heard something about like him on purpose not being invited or not wanted there or something.
Different, but there are many.
Your microphone is very bad. I don't know if you're in the middle. Sorry, it's just a microphone.
Wait.
Are you?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Are you aware that?
Hold on 1 second. Let me put my earbuds in. Yeah, this is better. There are many Israeli dignitaries that are here, and they'll be here for the actual ceremony. Remember how the ceremony is going down. Rotunda's only going to fit. I just found out this finally. It's like 700-800 people. It'll be members of Congress, very close, the close family and friends. Some of Trump and everyone else. A lot of the foreign dignitaries that are here, the ambassadors that are here, will be in a viewing room at the Capitol, but separate from the rotunda. So majority of the people that are coming in are not going to see it live of dignitaries. But often with an inauguration, you have the ambassadors and you have the dignitaries that are already here. You don't have, I think the guy from South America, Argentina, is here, but I don't think you have a lot. It's not something heads of state come in for. So, but anyway, it'd be just suicide, political suicide in the middle of this deal for him to come here. Wouldn't make any sense. In the middle of this.
Hostages are coming home today. He needs to be.
Yeah, he has to be in Israel. But there's many Israeli dignitaries that are here. There's a large contingency of them. And representatives from the IDF. It's a pretty large group.
Yirmiyahu, do you think Trump has a grudge against Netanyahu? Is there an issue in their relation? Do you think there's something that's can be an issue in the future?
Personally, I don't believe there is. Just based on what I see in the media, I don't have close of a finger on the pulse as maybe Abby would on that. But I don't really see any. I don't see why there would be a grudge, number one. Number two, what I would say is something that I think that Trump admires amongst quality in our allies, the U.S. ally, is the ability to stand up and fight for yourself. And what Israel has proven in the last 15, 16 months, and I venture to say actually for much longer than that, is that Israel is a strong country. It is an absolute producer of economic growth. It, number two, has a robust democracy in which has a military that is strong, powerful, and more than that, willing to use its power and strength in order to protect itself. And what Trump wants more than anything is not for the U.S. to have boots on the ground or to be more involved in foreign war. What he is, I believe, very comfortable with is to have an ally which is willing to stand up and fight for themselves. So Israel is not asking for U.S. boots on the ground to help us fight our wars. What we are asking for is, more than anything, the number one thing above actual, military armament is our political iron dome provided by the United States in our treaties together. So what we really need is that, and I believe that Trump is the guy to deliver that. So no, I don't think there's a huge.
Sarah was just with Trump in the States, Bibi's wife. And I also think you could just look at who he just appointed as the ambassador to Israel, someone who is very close with Bibi. And most of the cabinet that he's appointing have very good relationships. So no, I don't think it's an issue. And the people that are close around him, like Jason Greenblatt, very close relationships. Whether he uses David Friedman again or not, we don't know. But also very close relationship. So I don't think it's, look, they're strong egos, but it's not something like bad blood where you saw with Obama that it was absolutely bad blood. Obama made him go in the back door of the White House and then disinvited him. It's a completely different relationship.
Trump is not going to exhibit those traits, right? Like Obama, basically.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, even if he didn't like it,
He's
like
just
he
with
gets
his
along with
wife.
everyone.
He's just with his wife, and he had him down in Mar-a-Lago. You remember after he came into the States and met with Biden, he went down to Mar-a-Lago. But he was just with Sarah, I think just like a week or two ago. So no, there's not an issue. He has a bigger issue with Democrat Jews in the U.S. That's where you're going to hear him bitch and moan. That's what he has an issue with.
Norm is here.
He has an issue.
Close the room.
He has an issue with people like Jamie Raskin and these and Adam Schiff and these idiots. That's who he has issues with. But not with people.
I think one of my I haven't really watched the confirmation hearings, but one of my favorites was Pam Bondi and Adam Schiff. Make them look like an idiot.
That was great.
I want to go watch it. I heard it was really good.
You reminded him he was censored. Only to be...
Senator Schiff, his comments like that is the reason why you were censored in Congress, or in the Senate.
Wow. When was he censored?
Yeah, it was amazing. No, in Congress he was
Censored for being deceptive about the evidence of the Russiagate thing?
correct. For misleading.
Yeah.
AJ,
posted lack of candor, David.
Up at the top. Can we have the quorum, please?
So I just read something that's very disturbing. I do want to share with you. Someone just tweeted that 2 hours before the inauguration, the UN Security Council is supposed to take on the resolution about Palestine being. I'll put this tweet in the chat. Tomorrow, 2 hours before President Trump is sworn in, UN Security Council is set to consider a resolution concerning Palestine. It is expected that the resolution will formally recognize Palestine as a state and that the U.S. will not veto the resolution. It's last-minute sabotage by the Biden administration. So that was a tweet that...
This is like what Obama did in the last minutes of his administration.
Exactly.
But is there time? I mean, the inauguration's tomorrow.
2 hours before. I'll put the tweet in there.
I put at the top the interview. It was like, I think in November or December of 2023, so a few weeks after October 7th, where a Hamas spokesman was interviewed on Lebanese TV. Just said, we're going to do it, October 7th, October 8th, or 1,000 more times until we destroy Israel. So
yeah, I remember that etched into my memory forever. And it is, and the reason I brought up let's believe them when they tell us is that it seems like there's just this constant these mental gymnastics in the West to land on a conclusion that is anything other than what they are directly telling us what they want to do and what their intentions are. It's like no, we know their intentions better than what they're actually telling us their intentions are.
yeah, I think the Obama, even Clinton, Obama, Biden approach was, we believe that we can change the attitude of these people by negotiating with them and giving them what they want in the short term. Like, there's this whole notion of believing that we can impose Western values on a group of people who want nothing to do with Western values. Like, I just think it's ludicrous. It's detached from reality.
They just want us to like us. But they're never going to like us. So what are we doing?
We believe that in moral high ground that we can impose these things and we can get there through diplomacy. And I just think it's crazy.
It kind of reminds me of those, those women that write into men in prison and they fall in love with that serial killer that's in prison, and they part of the relationship is, no, I understand him in a way no one else does. You guys just don't get him.
Yeah, how many marriage proposals did Jeffrey Dahmer get in prison?
But that guy Luigi is quite the hit.
Oh my god, I mean there's girls outside of the New York courthouse saying free Luigi. It's all good looking girls, or half the good looking girls.
What, you went down to check them out?
Did you get any phone numbers?
No comment, no comment.
No. I cannot believe that they are going to vote on that. This is terrible. This is just terrible.
At least nobody listens to the
Wait, who?
But what is the practical implications of that? I mean,
I'm sorry, what were you asking?
what is let's say they vote, let's say they recognize the state of Palestine or whatever. I can't even understand, but let's just pretend we recognize the state of Palestine.
Security Council, right?
Yeah.
That still would have to go to the General Assembly for a vote, and then we would have a veto. I mean, then you have Elise Stefanik in.
Yeah. So this is a symbolic kind of thing, then.
It feels like it, because it would still have to go to General Assembly for a full vote. For a recognition, and we would have veto. Now, and how the vetoes, who else has veto power? What other nations? That I'd have to check. David, do you know? David?
Russia, China, the UK.
Yeah. Who is it? Hold on just 1 second, Jakob. What, David, who is it? Who else does?
Russia, China, the UK, France.
It's the permanent members.
Yeah. And then there's one that's rotating, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Is India permanent? Did they make India a permanent member? I'm not sure. Here,
No veto in the General Assembly, you're saying, but veto in the Security Council.
I think the Security Council resolutions are binding, actually.
The GA is just straight votes, which Israel would lose. Everyone has one vote. It's sort of like the House of Representatives. The Security Council can be vetoed by the permanent members, and I'm looking them up right now. Because the permanent members changed from the founding to current. Like, I think China was added.
One question I had, I'm not sure if anyone knows if there's been any official statements from Israel on this, but as I watch the scenes from Gaza, as all the buildings magically appear and all the so-called starving children from the genocide have magically put on weight overnight, and all the Hamas fighters have put away their civilian clothing and now feel safe to come out in their Hamas uniforms. Is there any sense of how much of Hamas's military capabilities has been dismantled to date? How much success has there been on that front? Where are we at with that? Does anyone have a sense of that, or at least what Israel is saying about that?
I have a number that is not up to date, that is like a few months old. It talks about 17,000 Hamas militants that were killed, but I don't know how many were arrested. There were also some were arrested. However, they also recruited many.
And there was an estimate also that there are around 40,000 active members of Hamas in Gaza. Again, by Israeli.
And it's not just Hamas. We also have PIJ and other factions. But the message that Hamas is sending today to the world and also to the people in Gaza, that they are here to stay. They are controlling there, and anyone that will speak out and say what happened should not. And I don't think that people talk about permanent ceasefire, but there is no such thing as a permanent ceasefire. And the entire reason to be of Hamas is to wage a holy jihad against Israel. So yeah, we need to finish the job. And I from what I understand, both from Biden and from Netanyahu, we will not get to the second phase. Basically, second phase will be to remove Hamas from government. So the third phase will not be with Hamas anymore.
Islamic Jihad, it could be, I don't know, all those Muslim Brothers, whatever, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter what the name is. That's one of the problems.
No, I'm talking about the ideology, not the name.
Yeah, but it's the same ideology. What Islamic Jihad's ideology is different from Hamas.
So I'm saying, I'm talking about the ideology, not the name. The ideology of Hamas will not be able to stay in government. Not the name. They could rebrand tomorrow and call themselves Zippy. I don't care.
But you know that it will, right? I mean, that's a nice way of saying to say that it will not, but in reality it will. I mean, we haven't done anything to destruct it yet.
I'm talking about we're not there yet. We're talking about the future.
That's also not true. Sure, we've done things to destruct it. We taught them that joining such a jihadist group makes your life expectancy go down significantly.
We also fine with that, Jacob. I mean, they're fine with that. That's
no, they're not. Hey, Daniel, they're having a leadership problem, and also on the UNRWA schools, it's going to take another 20 years. The UNRWA schools have been taken over, and their ideology is no longer being taught that way. So, I mean, this idea that we're stuck in today's ideology forever, especially in a generation that switches so fast. We watch the generation grow up under Gaza and under Hamas, and their entire ideology has changed. To think that's irreversible, I don't get the mentality. Like the same way this has been drilled into a generation by indoctrination, these children aren't stupid. They know who forced them out. Once IDF is back in there, they'll see IDF soldiers and know the way they treat the civilians as opposed to the way jihadists shoot the civilians, no matter what their name goes by. Like, there's not this defeatist attitude is surprising.
I don't see. I mean, we don't have control of their education. I mean, not that they know.
No, I don't know.
Part of the issue, just like their education is part of the issue. They all go to the mosque, and in the mosque there is an imam. An imam is the one who puts the ideas in their head. That the one running the schools also, support that. But if you remove that part, you will still have the other part. You don't have any.
Sure, 20 years ago, just because I'm saying it's possible doesn't mean it's easy. So roadblocks are not like again. I'm very aware that this is a long, slow, difficult process. But 20 years ago, they had an imam, and the majority of Gaza wanted to have a one-state solution and be a part of Israel. Now you have a generation that's been brainwashed in a different way. It's also very hard for an imam to say something when IDF soldiers are there. Have you ever spoken to Palestinians in Jordan and Palestinians from the West Bank? They speak very, very differently. The ones from the West Bank are well aware what Israelis are like. They say a whole bunch of nonsense, but there's a certain level of understanding that when they walk up to the checkpoint, they get treated with respect. You speak to ones in Jordan, they think that Palestinians are being shot randomly in the streets. You can't lie to people.
What do the Jordanians say? Say that again.
I could even say more that I mean I've worked with guys from Palestine. I mean I'm in high tech and they have amazing programmers there. So and we even invited them to Israel. So I mean I understand that there are people and they have nightclubs and all this stuff. So I mean not in some like in Ramallah probably, but in all serious. But again I mean it's you're talking about their level. Yes, they have like good stuff. But you know that I mean they have Hamas, they have all those groups are still there, and mostly in our jails are mostly those guys, right? Not
no, I understand all that, but you do admit that in the last 20 years the Gaza Street has gotten a lot worse, right? Since the disengagement in 2005, things have gotten a lot worse.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, so the good news about that is if you reverse that, it's reversible. Now, it doesn't mean that you're gonna also sing Kumbaya and that no one will ever try to take but all that's gonna happen. But the point is, the same way it was created, it is possible to undo that creation.
But isn't there again, just a short, like to finish this. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that we need to do something in order for that to happen. We don't.
Daniel, can I ask your question? You there? I'm wondering if what Israeli commentators are saying on the TV. For me, it was just incredibly interesting. The number and quantity of Hamas fighters that came out in fatigues, rifles, pickup trucks, all else? Like, where did this stuff come from? Were there a whole host of tunnels that Israel is completely unaware of? Like, any commentary on that?
Taking their fatigues away from them, and we're not
No, but
making
just
them.
like
the people just throwing that on doesn't mean that.
I'm just trying to figure out where all the vehicles came from. Like, it seemed like so much so quickly. It's just, I don't know how to interpret it.
The area in the center, like the camps of the center, this is where most of the hostages were, and Israel did not operate there because if they would come close, the hostages would be back.
Okay, that explains
it. So Israel was not in that area at all, not in the tunnels there, not in the infrastructure, not anything. Now, what Hamas did today was basically a show. They brought Al Jazeera. They did it to the swap. They could have done the swap very quietly. No, they did it in the center.
No, that's not their style.
But it's all about style. It's about they wanted to pass a message. They made it into a performance. They brought thousands of Gazans. They did it in broad daylight in the middle of the street with full fatigue, with guns, with flags. They even dressed the hostages. One of the hostages has like a Palestinian flag on her. It was a display of dominance for the Palestinians in Gaza. Yeah, and for others. So everything that we saw today was basically the show of dominance to show we are here to stay.
No, I got that. I couldn't figure out where they came from. So your answer that Israel didn't operate there answers the question. Thank you very much.
You can also see on the background, we see the convoys. You can see that there are like buildings next to it. There are markets and
correct. It's not flat.
Exactly. And everybody is well fed, and everybody has a fresh haircut and manicures, and everybody has a charged phone, and everybody is like,
Thank you very much.
Mayor, can I just a point of clarification? I know you're suggesting that, I know you weren't saying it was going to happen, but that it was a possibility to reverse how things have been trending in Gaza over the last couple of decades or so. How do you think that would even come about? I mean, so long as Hamas and these other groups are controlling things like education there and the insane levels of indoctrination that are happening, how would we bring about that? I know one of the examples you gave is just through people's interactions with Israeli soldiers and checkpoints. I mean, that seems like something like that is not even going to be a drop in the bucket in terms of reversing decades of indoctrination. So I was just curious what you meant by that.
What I meant is the mistake that Israel made was a unilateral disengagement and they handed it over to Fatah, but then got seized by Hamas. So what I see as the big mistake of Oslo, let's go all the way back to Oslo, was it came 20 to 30 years too early. Israel demanded that Arafat has to give up, back in the 90s, has to give up claims to Israel's right to exist, and he did not. And Rabin went forward with the negotiations anyway. There was the genesis of the mistake, and that weed has never been destroyed. So what Israel has to do is go back to the drawing board and say, we're willing to have negotiations, but these are the premise that has to happen until then there's an indefinite occupation. And we're not going to negotiate based on hopefully in the future something will happen. By negotiation, we are hoping that something will grow in peace. No, when you come with a partner that's ready for peace, we're ready to talk. So my whole point is I don't want to annex Gaza because I don't want those citizens. I don't want a permanent occupation because nobody wants a permanent state of war. So the only solution here is the carrot and the stick and saying we will go back to between 67 and 2005 occupation style with absolutely zero negotiations until the negotiating partner. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to think about that. Is it fair for me to assume all of this is temporary and that there has to be another phase to this because Israel would have to be insane to allow any kind of potential for regrouping, reassembling of Hamas, which they surely have at this point?
There are three.
Control is temporary, 100% temporary.
Okay.
And the permanent conversation hasn't even begun yet. This is what Palestinians are lying about. This is 100% temporary, agreed to by all sides very, very clearly, which is what Biden didn't demand for. And ironically, it was Hamas that turned it down when Biden offered them basically a victory. This is Hamas has surrendered. They have admitted that they will not be part of the future government or military power.
You know, something that I found striking in some of these images as those vans were going through the crowds with the hostages inside the vans, it seemed like, ironically, some of these Hamas fighters were holding back the crowds from coming through and getting to these hostages. You know, the image of that was quite striking because you're always hearing about the, civilian this, civilian that. What was clear in this case is that even the Hamas fighters were keeping back the civilian crowds who arguably would have done far worse to these hostages in these vans. I just don't know. I just don't know how you reverse this level of hatred and savagery.
Are the three in hospitals now or still in the military bases?
They're in Shiba.
Soroka?
Shiba.
Yeah, Beersheba is Soroka.
No, not Beersheba. Shiba.
Oh, Sheba. I thought you said Beersheba. Sorry. Who was any of the? How many? It was 11-1. So Israelis 33 prisoners. Were any with blood on their hands or just?
The first hostages were just like petty crime. Sorry, I mean the first.
Let's not call them hostages.
The first prisoners I met, not hostages.
Yeah, you sound like the pro-Pally people.
For the first set of release of hostages, the prisoners provided were just petty crimes, mostly women and children.
You know what I find ironic, and I can't keep on repeating this, so this will be the last time, is the talking point of the pro-Palestinian group is that Israeli lives are worth more than Palestinian lives. Well, Hamas itself just indicated that 11 Israelis are worth one Palestinian life. Like, they did the math for us. It wasn't 1-1, it was 11-1.
You mean 11 Palestinians are worth one?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, you said the opposite.
Oh, sorry. 33 to 3 is 11-1. If I said the opposite, that's my dysgraphia. Yeah, and with Shalit, it was 1,034-1. So, or whatever the number was. So they say they're worth less than Jews.
And let's not forget the nature of the people that are being swapped. Israel asked for 2 child hostages under the age of 5 taken captive by Hamas. The Palestinians are asking for a man who raped an 18-year-old girl, beheaded her, and was celebrated for it. It's just, you just look at the two sides, and I don't know how you can draw a single comparison.
Who is this guy that did what you just said? What's the name of him?
I didn't have a name. Let me find it. But I do have a name for this one. So Israel gets Kfir Bibas, which is a toddler, and the toddler's crime was official crime was being born Jewish, and in exchange, Israel hands over Mohammed Abu Warda, who's responsible for the 1996 Kiryat Menachem bus bombing with 44 murdered.
Wait, who said the crime was born being Jewish? Wait, AJ, repeat.
I was being
Yaakov, calm down. Yaakov,
I am
he's just
completely
making.
calm. Don't say calm down.
He's making a point. Yeah, but you missed the entire point. Just let it go. Let it go. He was making a point.
Don't be condescending, please.
Okay, how many people get released for the one child? Is it how many?
Sorry, Abby, I don't have I'm not super well informed on the exact numbers. These were just some swaps that I was seeing people drawing comparisons online with some names listed. So I haven't fully fact checked, and I don't have all the names. Yaakov, I think you may have misunderstood me. I was. If you interpreted that as in any way pro-Hamas or Palestinian.
No. I was just trying to figure out who said that, or was that a joke? That was all I was trying to figure out.
Nobody said that. He was making a point.
Thank you. That's all someone had to say.
What's the last name of this guy, Mohammed, who did the bus bombing?
The name I have is Abu Warda, Warda.
Thank you. Did you see where the bus bombing was?
It's listed here. It says Kiryat Menachem.
Did it say when? This is back in Intifada 2?
This is back in 96 is what it's listed as. If any of this is factually incorrect, please correct me so I can retract.
I am King Egbert.
Oh,
You will show me your face, or I will be unable to judge whether or not you're telling me the truth.
Two were started in the year 2000, or something like 2001, or something like that.
And were you unfaithful?
First one started in '87.
What do pagans say of such cases?
4 months
I was there in Israel for the World Zionist Congress in 1987 in December, and I remember walking around Jerusalem, and I went with my girlfriend into the old city, and all of a sudden, all the doors, like these metal doors that shut the stalls of the stores, in the Christian quarter, in the Armenian quarter, was being shut, and we went, just to go shopping, to buy tchotchkes, whatever, and we were like, what's going on? Like, we were just baffled by it, and someone can check the dates, but that was December '87 when that happened, and that's the first time I heard the word. I didn't know what it meant, but I mean the way it was manifesting was these businesses, and the businesses were owned by Christians and Armenians. These were not, it wasn't the Muslim quarter, it was the Christian quarter, but everything got shut. So I don't know, but those were the dates.
Yeah, Ruth and I took our honeymoon in July of 1987. We went all up and down the West Bank, just went everywhere. And that was July, and the first Intifada started December 8th. I remember it was December, I just looked it up. It started December 8th, ended in 1993. The second one started September 28th, 2000, after Ariel Sharon went up to the Al-Aqsa Mosque area, the temple compound, which he should be able to, and ended sometime around 2005. It just simmered down. There's no official end date per se.
Egbert, King of Wessex, the king regrets your attack on the Holy Church of Winchester. He wonders how much longer you intend to remain in his kingdom.
Upon what he'll offer us to leave, what he'll offer us to stay.
Stay?
Yes. We want to make peace with the king.
Peace? we don't have to kill anymore. I will relay your message.
Why the Hamas is not giving back the hostages?
Hey, don't.
Hey guys.
Just came back 3. What's the question?
Yeah, why they are not giving back that?
Who can speak to us? I can. I have been sent here by experts.
They did get them back. They did get them back from today.
Oh, okay.
I knew what you wanted.
You guys still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a while.
Someone's got an echo, I guess, but
Yeah, well, it's maybe me, I'm not sure.
I mean, you gotta critically analyze the situation. So there's best case scenarios and worst case scenarios. I think this war was fairly predictable in many ways. But here we are at the end of it, back to diplomacy again. So
Critically analyzing it,
diplomacy is hot.
we're not at the end of it because it's a ceasefire, not
Well, people are saying
or
that,
something
but
that says that it's over and the hostilities have ended. No, it's not over.
right, so there's a chance that there could be another phase of fighting, but now it's a question of how likely that is or not. I think on balance, the chances are fairly good that this ceasefire could hold up and there'll be more rounds and everything will kind of peter out at this point.
And what makes you say that? What makes you say that, Mike?
Because it's like fighting these wars it's a political will, and when the will is there, they fight, and when it's not, they don't. And there's a lot of willpower now to kind of keep the peace and keep, go on to the next phase, and
Trump is talking about banning CRT in school, which I think is an overreach. I think it's fucked up.
But I will say, Hakima, look, I made it like 21 year or whatever, 18 years of schooling, and I never learned CRT in school, and I think I turned out okay.
Well, because you went to the right school.
I haven't needed it in my professional life or my personal life.
But the point is, to ban it is a ban on free speech. I'm not saying make it mandatory to teach it, but
I mean, there's a lot of things you could do.
Can I finish up real quick? I'm not saying like make it mandatory, but to ban talking about white supremacy or white privilege, to talk about institutional racism, to ban that is wrong. I mean, it's
Is that what CRT is?
Yes, 100%.
So Hakima, how is that going to add any type of relevant in the business that I work in? We're bound by fair housing, so even if
he's a good guy, but he gets upset. He's a good guy. He's about to be kicked out of the house, and for me, but I want to also know if.
I don't know to kick him out.
That's up to you, but he's a good guy. Listen. I have a lot of patience for a lot of stuff, okay? But There is one rule that we have in this house that we repeat only this rule. Threats of violence is crossing a line. And, you know, he's not unless you will tell me that he's a retard or that he's 6 years old, and I will say, okay, you know, maybe he cannot control himself. But a mature man cannot control himself and threatens people with violence, with physical violence. And he actually, you know, I have my face here and I have my name. And he says, you know, he will come to Tel Aviv and will beat the shit out of me. And this is a violent threat. And unless you will tell me like that he's officially retarded or that he's like, you know, 6 years old or whatever.
He's fine. You don't have to kick him out. He's on our side. He's fine. He has emotional regulation issues.
Listen, there are Jews that killing Jews, okay? I don't want to be one of those Jews that is being scared by a fanatic Jew because he's on an ego trip. I don't know who he is, and if you guys have information about him, then maybe you should tell him.
We know who he is. We know who he is. He's not stabbing anybody. Don't worry. He's fine.
Mike, it sounds a lot like you're projecting.
Alright, so Harry, hold on, I'm just gonna say goodbye to Harry. Let's first remove him.
Are you saying that is this one?
I'm gonna block him from the house unless he will send a message for anyone that he takes it back, he apologizes, and he promised never to threat anyone again.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done that, for sure. On the subject,
I will let you back. Harry, you have 1 minute to apologize in the chat before you're being kicked out. And I'm also screenshotting this, and the threat is something that I would assume is illegal in the United States, and I will find who you are. So you have 1 minute, starting now, actually 2 minutes, so it will be 0 until 17:50 in my clock, to apologize and take it back. Go on, continue with discussions.
Daniel, give him a little moment, some grace. This is extremely emotional for everybody.
So I'm giving him 2 minutes to apologize.
All right. Let's move it on. Let's move on. So I don't think there's any need to respond to Mike. The goal of Israel has not been reached, and the goal of Hamas has not been reached. Therefore, there's no basis for an enduring peace. Israel wants a complete absence of Hamas. If that's been established, then that war aim will have been reached. Israel wants the complete return of the hostages. If that goal has been reached, then there is a basis for peace. Israel obviously also wants UNRWA, and Israel wants recognition. If these people are still picking up guns, then there's not going to be a peace. And Israel's been very clear. This war is not over. That's loud and clear. I'll end it there.
So, I mean, but the chances that turns out to be,
somebody else started before you, Mike. Wait, somebody else was speaking.
We're having a little back for you.
No, not hold on. Who was the other person that was speaking?
Yeah, let the Israel get back the hostages. Then they will show who they are.
Yeah, I think that, Mike, the problem with your analysis, and I think we're very good at doing this in the West, is that we project our own value systems and our own reasoning and calculus onto jihadists in the Middle East. And so we say, well, surely Hamas has realized now that Israel can eliminate them with ease. And so they're going to change course. It's going to be big kumbaya, and we're going to start to phase out this war. Listen to what they are telling you, Mike. They are chanting as we speak about regrouping, reassembling, and until every single Jew in that region is eviscerated. So I don't know where you get this from other than your own projection.
No, dude, I'm thinking about it just in terms of probabilities, okay? There's two different outcomes, which is the war resumes, or this ceasefire leads to just kind of a series of more agreements or something, for at least for the short term. So, this is a personal judgment call. We don't know the future. You got to imagine what is going to happen. But, I think it's a good chance that the war is over. I kind of just try and take the pulse of things and see what it seems like. And that's the feeling I'm getting.
from the government, different levels of the governments. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure.
You've spoken to the ministers?
Okay, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure from Trump not to violate the ceasefire.
Yeah, this is obtuse. Nobody has indicated that this is over. In fact, Israel has indicated the exact opposite. I don't think anybody is satisfied with what's just happened. So this is an obtuse analysis. I don't think we have to keep repeating the same obtuse analysis over and over again. I just don't see the reason for it.
Well, Daniel, I think you're the only person here currently living in Israel. I mean, I've seen a poll that showed a majority of Israelis support giving this deal a chance, but I haven't seen any polls suggesting what Mike was claiming, which is that the Israelis want this to be the end of of the conflict.
I mean, I think that what's really happening is this is so that we can turn to Hamas does not pose in the short term an existential threat to Israel. So now Israel gets to turn its attention to potentially existential threats, to larger threats, including Iran, which is the big kahuna, obviously, and including Judea and Samaria, and including Jordan, and including Egypt. Those are other concerns besides Hamas. Hamas is basically a little band of pirates that come and take your women and then go parading around with pickup trucks. It's not difficult for Israel to keep them. It's just we really failed in terms of intelligence. If anything, Israel has to resolve to focus the kind of intelligence on Hamas that we did on Hezbollah, which did pose a much greater threat.
Mike, I cannot invite you. You need to click your profile and then accept the invite. I cannot invite you again. Just click on your face and then accept the invite.
Yeah, I was slightly disagreeing on. It was a fundamental failure of how to analyze basic intelligence. The warning signs, from everything that I've read, I'm not an insider, I'm not perfect, but just from my analysis, from over here on my couch in Clubhouse, reading about the women who were talking about the kids approaching the fence and playing with the cameras and throwing rocks at it, and the movements, and then the lull a few days before, I think it was 48 hours.
I'm calling it an intelligence failure. What do you think?
No, I thought you were saying that they didn't have the intelligence like they did in Lebanon. They had the intelligence.
I'm calling it an intelligence failure.
I call it an analysis failure. Having the data and doing something with the data.
Analysis is the most important part of intelligence.
Yeah, I agree. I was trying to interpret what you were saying. I wasn't sure if you were saying they didn't have it or they had it and they just didn't analyze it right.
We weren't paying attention to them. We had judged them to be less of a threat than they probably are.
And there was a deployment failure too.
Yeah, it was a convergence of horrible failures for which this goes down in history, along with the victories that came after it, the historic and epic victories.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of investigations. When they start, I don't know. Daniel, do you have any idea of that?
About what?
Have they been, I'm assuming, they keep on saying, well, we'll analyze who did what wrong when, after this is all over, but I assume that's
in Israel?
Yeah.
They tried to push it. They already started the IDF already started investigating himself. There's also something called how do I translate it? Like a civil inquiry investigation, and now there are demands that basically the government. Last year before 7th October there was this entire fight between the government and the judicial system, and the government are now saying, okay, we cannot trust the judges to do this investigation, and then they want it to be politicized. So the coalition and opposition will decide who will be on this team. And other people are saying, no, it shouldn't be political at all. It should be judges. So it's now they are trying to kind of delay it. But the IDF specifically already started. I think they need to submit their results by the end of this month to the Ministry of Defense, and then Herzi Halevi, the head of the chief of staff, is to resign his position. But yes, obviously there will be investigation. The thing that the IDF is saying that many of the people that are now required to fight are the same people that are also required for the investigation. The priority right now is to do the fighting rather than to do the investigation. Now that the hostilities has at least stopped for a while, I guess they can put the focus back on investigating. So I think it will now actually be faster. Okay, I see Harry is back. So Harry, you're welcome. Harry, I give you 2 minutes to apologize for your violent threats. I hope you had like 10 minutes to cool off wherever you were. And if not, take 10 more minutes and come back. If you do not apologize for your violent threat, I want to tell you that it's illegal what you're doing, and that's it. And I will not stay silent on violent threats. So grow up, apologize, be a man. If you need a few more minutes for your ego, go and come back, but you will have to apologize. Otherwise, I will have to block you and kick you from the house. Unfortunately, we have one rule in this house, and the rule is no violent threats to anyone. Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I had a strange feeling an apology will not be forthcoming from
All right.
Harry.
So there are consequences, no problem. And as far as I know, and I will find out who he is, and as far as I know,
No,
it's also in the United States.
It's the boxing thing. That's not cool.
Listen, he's threatening me to fuck me up in Tel Aviv. I have my real name and my real face. I don't know if doxing is more important than my safety, but I care for my safety. So if he's threatening me, and he knows my name and my face, and he can dox me and actually hit me, then with all due respect, I care for this for it. He can apologize, but if he doesn't want to apologize, it even makes me more scared of him. And threatening people is illegal. And and I took a screenshot. He can apologize. He doesn't want to. No, it's his call. He's a grown man. As I said, unless he's officially retarded or a child, he has no excuse. So Harry, don't talk out of your ass. Don't talk out of your ego. Take a minute, cool off, apologize, show that you're a bigger man.
Well, now we give them the worst criminals you can find, and then we wait. Now this part is over for 1 week. Is that it? No more for another week? Is that right? Anybody? Daniel? David?
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, 2 things. First of all, by the way, everybody is extremely upset right now, Daniel. I don't even want to tell you how upset people are. There's something very strange about this, and it's understandable. So maybe an extra portion of grace just for now. I do know this guy. He's not violent or anything like that. He's just upset. It's just words. It's just like...
No problem. So,
okay.
Whenever he's ready to apologize, we can move on. But
I think we can move on without the apology. I think it's okay.
I'm gonna let me apologize on this.
Guys, listen. People call me many names here, okay? I never ask anyone to take it back. There is one line, and please respect it. There is a violent threat, okay? I think people call me a kike, people call me a pig, people call me
many, many horrible names. Even called me Nazi. Even Shuki called me a Nazi, okay? I have a big scene. I don't give a fuck about any of them.
Because they don't call you fat. Nobody has called you fat.
Even fat and a fag. I've been called all kinds of names. I don't give a fuck about any of this. If anything, I'm happy because it exposes those ignorant people. But I personally, and I think that you should adopt it, have a line which is a violent threat. When he tells me I will come to Tel Aviv and I will fuck you up, and I have my name and I have my face, and I don't know who he is, then I'm giving him a chance to take it back. Otherwise, I will pursue this, Harry. I don't think that any of us should accept violent threat, and I expect you to actually back me up, because I would back you up if anyone would threaten you, not if anyone would offend you.
I back you up.
If anyone would offend you, you know you are all big men.
All right, let's go to what's next in the hostage. Now, this is the big climax, which is very weirdly anticlimactic. What is next? What are we looking at? We give them these disgusting, filthy criminals who kill innocent people, and then this is the course of the week. Do we know what we're expecting?
This week, we have 4 more. That's what you asked? We went
we're getting 4 more Israelis, or
yes, I will tell you exactly. I mean, we have the girls that were taken from Nahal Oz, the Watchers, and we have the Bibas family, and I think the Watchers will be first. Okay,
the fact that they're delayed.
Sorry, bye. Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
The fact that they didn't put the Bibas first is upsetting to me.
I think it's.
This is so psychological. That's what I think. That's exactly what I think. Daniel, it's exactly what I'm saying. It's exactly.
They were supposed to be last time. Like in last year, in November.
I know.
And the reason that they did it.
I think this is really, go ahead.
Probably they're dead. That's why.
That's what we're not saying. That's what we're thinking. That's what we didn't say. It's unspoken.
Yeah.
This is the worst, right? It makes you want to cry. You're gonna see the little coffin. And we're gonna see what the world says when they see this. Anyway, I think from our feelings right now, you can see, I think Israelis are getting angry. Christy, maybe you want to say, why didn't you say what people are feeling right now?
Relief for the hostages, but of course angry. Look at the picture. But I think the Hamas made a mistake. Look at the PTR. Now the whole world sees who are the Gazans. You see, many armed terrorists surrounding innocent women. They did the best Hasbara.
And you have the videos of them. I just saw on the news, German news, they show the videos from people celebrating in Gaza. Now the people in the news don't really understand Arabic, but what they were chanting is Khaybar, Khaybar, Ya Yahud. In the middle of fucking Gaza, okay? There's a Hamasnik with many kids and people. It was on today. Yes.
Today.
Yes. I'm sorry, they meant Khaybar, Ya Zionist. No. They meant Khaybar, Ya Yahud, which is basically a call to slaughter Jews. So anyone that is kind of trying to gaslight you and tell you it's not about Jews, it's about Zionism, it's about occupation. No, it's about the death cult that hates Jews. And it's from today, from the center of Gaza with children. This is what they're indoctrinating them, to hate Jews. And I see many videos coming out from Gaza, and every time there's translation, and every time they say Yahud, the translation would say Zionist or Israeli or IDF, but you can hear So anyone that doesn't speak Arabic, whenever you see like a video coming from Gaza and you hear the word Yahud, Yahud means Jew. It doesn't mean Israeli, it doesn't mean Zionist, it means a Jew.
I know. That picture from Swifty, who just disappeared for a second, was that from today, that picture?
Yes. This is when basically they did this ransom deal in the middle of Gaza City. Like, we saw the line of cars from the Red Cross driving alone. They told them where to meet them. They told them to meet them in the center of Gaza City with thousands of people around, with all the ammunition, with all the uniform, which they apparently have. As a big display, they brought Al Jazeera that was basically on the faces. One of the people that I saw that was basically on the car was one of the terrorists. That he was basically supposed to be dead. This is one of the terrorists that was on 7th of October on the land of, like, in Israel. Now he's with a press vest of Al Jazeera. So they are showing force.
Wait, and how did you recognize him?
He's known. Like he was one of the people that was broadcasting, so we know his face. And he keeps on, like, he's still an Al Jazeera journalist. And there was like a woman walking by, and she's like, they were giving out baklava, and she was shouting and saying, "Why are you giving out baklava? Why are you happy? You obviously didn't lose anyone," or something along those lines. The people that suffered will never get a chance to speak in Gaza.
When were they handing out baklava? Today?
Yes, today, because of the ceasefire. And you will see that they all, like in this gathering, there was like many Hamas flags and many Palestinian flags. All of them are new. Everybody had fresh haircuts. Everybody's well fed. Those are the Hamas people. I'm not sure that the rest of the Palestinians are as happy. People that are supporting Hamas are not really supporting the Palestinian people, unless we can say that all people in Gaza are Hamas.
So I want to focus on our values for 1 second. The Lubavitcher Rebbe said, never, ever, ever negotiate for hostages. Never do it. End of story. Don't do it. And we both know why. Because this means they're going to do it again and again. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson of blessed memory.
Don't you have like a Pidyon Shvuim that you need? Isn't a mitzvah to do a Pidyon Shvuim to redeem?
Yes, that is correct. It is an obligation upon Jews to redeem any hostages.
So how is it a contradiction? And again, we're talking about
this is. I agree. So this is the conundrum that we're in. On the other hand, every life is a whole world. So each person that we redeem, we're negotiating for the whole world. So this is the problem. The problem is we have to be able to think long term. Also, obviously, this is telling them this is a good way this works. This is how we can we take one woman, we can get 1,000 killers in exchange for one woman. So this is the conundrum that we're in. We value human life. We want our people back. They value death. They tell us over and over again. They say, don't worry, this life is not the whole thing. We're ready to start the life after death. And we're saying that we value life. We do believe that there's a world to come, a world of truth, but we're supposed to also stay in this world and do good deeds. So this is the conflict that we face. So we have to understand that we made a decision, not that the war is over, not that we agree with these monstrous acts, but that we value the life of a woman and a child. You have to live with it.
At the end, it's blackmail, okay? They took something that is precious to us, which is human life, and they ask for ransom. It happened before, and sometimes if you want to have the person back, you need to pay the ransom. I mean, it happened, we saw it even in movies, they take someone, they ask for a ransom, you don't pay, they send you a figure of that person, and then you say, okay, this is my son, my mother, I will give them the $2 million that they're asking. This time, the price that they ask is prisoners. Now, the prisoner is also a price because those prisoners, it means that there are people in Israel right now that see that the person that stabbed their parents, that killed their child, is being released. It's not like, oh, we have less prisoners in jail. No, those people have, some of them have blood on their hands, and those people have families, and they want justice. So it is a big price to pay, but we pay it because it's an extortion and ransom demand. Yeah.
I think that this trade, and it goes without saying that the prisoners who are released will go back to their profession as a terrorist. That's true too. But Israel is vigilant. Israel will be watching these people from the sky and from the ground. And these released prisoners. And that's all I can say is, never give up. It's not an ideal deal. It's far from it. But it's just one battle in a much bigger war. And in the bigger war, Israel is winning. And that's all I can say. That's all I want to add to this.
Randy, they had the ultimate doxing. Their names, their faces, their fingerprints, they have been fully doxed.
Of course. But listen, it's never black and white. Oh. They're going to be out. They will go back to being career terrorists. They may be celebrities. But I believe that Israel is going to be very vigilant. This October 7th and the aftermath is a massive wake-up call. It's an understatement to call it a wake-up call. But now Israel can now be prepared for the worst. They weren't prepared for the worst, and now they will be prepared for the worst. And monitoring these people is part of it. Thanks. I hope I don't offend anyone with what I said.
I'm offended, Randy. I'm offended, but I wasn't listening, so maybe it doesn't count.
But you were offended.
Maybe just apologize in case, Randy. Just in case.
I feel like I already did.
By the way, I missed you last night, and I appreciate the invitation, and it was great. And I'll tell you back channel. It was amazing.
Okay, tell me back channel. Enough said. Yes.
Or maybe I'll say it here. She did an hour on the death of her parents.
We're talking about Sarah Silverman, the comedian.
That is correct.
She did an hour on the death of her parents.
That's right.
Wow. Isn't she a raunchy comedian?
Yeah.
Well,
so what? She just had a very serious discussion, or was jokes, or interspersed?
No, it was an hour. It was a stand-up performance.
It was at the Beacon Theater.
Oh, it was jokes.
Yeah.
Where was this?
The Beacon Theater.
Beacon.
It is. I have
75th and Broadway.
That's where Jerry Seinfeld has a residency there.
Yeah, that's where I saw Bob Dylan.
Fantastic.
I seen Bob Dylan there twice. Paul Simon. It's a happening place.
I saw Paul Simon. It's the best place.
How many people?
Did you ever see a show Webster Hall?
Seems like more. I don't know.
Webster Hall?
What's the question, David?
Did you ever see a show Webster Hall?
Yeah, it used to be called the Ritz. Yeah.
So here's the thing I wanted to say about the day.
But Webster Hall doesn't have seating. The Beacon has seating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. That's a good concept. You get a good mosh pit going.
And you can't dance to a stand-up comedian. At least I
Well, you can, but it's...
Well, they have the balcony, though, at Webster Hall.
Awkward.
All right, you got me looking it up. Beacon Theater capacity.
All right, that's not that important.
I would have guessed 6,000.
Norm, you want to guess?
No, I think it's a relevant side.
I asked a question.
2894.
It's like
2894.
That's tiny.
How much, Randy?
2894. And now I'll be beat up.
Thank you very much.
Randy, wow. While we're on the subject, how many jelly beans do I have in this jar, Randy?
PTR the jar.
We can't see it. We're talking about a public thing that you're referencing. If it comes up in conversation, someone
You can't see the jelly beans?
I have a question.
No,
Was the whole show 1 hour?
Conversation as a question related to the topic.
Did you do any material not about the death?
What's Miranda Jelly Beans? Is it Jelly Belly?
Got it.
Norm.
Of course.
Was there an opening comic, by the way?
Yeah, her boyfriend, Rory. And he was really good.
Oh, she's dating a guy named Rory.
I have a friend named Rory. I always thought that was a cool name.
She used to date Michael, what's his name? The British actor. No, the British actor who played like Tony Blair, and he's famous. He played David Cross. What's his name? That great looking Michael. Is it Sheehan?
Tony Blair in McQueen.
What about when she was with Jimmy Kimmel?
Oh, of course, they should have married.
That was a famous one. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Listen, she's a
but there are two Michael, Jimmy Kimmel and her were too much alike. They would never work.
You know she's over 50 now, Randy. She looks great too, and she performed in a pair of jeans and a vest.
Does she have any
like
kids?
She always wears the same outfit, kind of very casual jeans.
Norm, I'm over 40.
Are you? No way.
No, that's not possible.
Yes, it happened. It snuck up on me. So, listen.
And just like
you know what it is with Sarah and me? We're never single at the same time.
Wait, are you gonna first cases with her already?
She's single, and I'm involved with someone, and I'm single, and
you and Sarah.
It never worked out.
It's Mrs. Silverman to you. Or Ms. Silverman, sorry.
Anyway.
So she did an hour on the death of her parents. It was hilarious, and like you're crying and laughing at the same time.
Wow.
I remember when I saw Jesselnick, and he did like a half an hour on abortion, and I was like, this can't be funny, but it actually was funny.
Jesselnick is amazing.
By the way, there's a term for when you cry and laugh at the same time. It's called crafted. I crafted.
Oh.
I cried and I laughed.
I didn't know that.
It sounds like you shit your pants. That's a terrible word. It really sounds like something
I
else.
crafted. Yeah.
It doesn't sound good. I don't want to craft.
So, to me, it sounds like witchcraft.
I don't know. It's just
Check your thoughts. No, okay. On the subject of this hostage situation, I don't even know what to call it. This exchange. What we're worth to look at is a clash in civilizations. I mean, I hate to be cliche, but I think it's worth considering. It's a clash in civilizations, meaning we value one thing and they value something else.
Yeah, there's good guys and there's bad guys, but some people like to fudge with it and say, well, no, it's not so simple. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Like Hamas is releasing babies and Israel's releasing murderers. I think there's a difference there.
Yeah, there's a stark difference. By the way, remember all this time we were hearing, hey, Israel is holding Palestinian children. Did they ask for a single one? One? No, they did not. Do you remember all that? Oh, yeah, on administrative detention, Palestinian children. Yeah, Israel's holding them.
I'm not aware that they are holding children, by the way. You mean like what? Like people who threw rocks and did...
No, well, there's that, and then there's 12 and 13. There's one guy who, he was holding the knives, and his buddy went and stabbed somebody. So they shot the buddy, and they arrested the guy with the knife.
I mean, 13-year-olds can do some
That's what would happen in the U.S., but then we would let them out the next day or within 3 hours.
Well, you can send them to juvie.
We don't even do that anymore.
And the Ministry of Information of Palestine took the clip where the 15-year-old, his brother, was shot and spread it to all the properly idiots. Look how the IOF occupation is executing random children. This is, I can show you the YouTube that it's still alive, the way that they kind of try to frame this, the Palestinian Authority or whatever they call themselves.
Was that the debate you were having with that guy yesterday, the day before, about the father and son? Or is that a different father and son?
No, this is Muhammad Adura. This case, what we're talking about is two, I think it's cousins. One is 13 and one is 15-year-old that went on a stabbing spree. You know, they always talk about comparing, and I think also Nurat is trying to do this symmetry between Israeli children and Palestinian children. And I ask how how many Israeli children ever stabbed any Palestinian, adult or a child. And then let's see how many Palestinian children stab Israeli children and Israeli men and Israeli women. Not the adults, I'm talking about children from 13 or like around that age. There is no symmetry. Unfortunately, like maybe not unfortunately, fortunately that we are not the same. And now the video that I saw today, the video from today in Gaza of a Hamas militant with like covered face, with a gun, with his with his finger pointing to the sky, you know, there's only one Allah, and he's chanting Chaybar, Chaybar, Ya Yahud, and all the kids, and like masses of kids are chanting with him. They are being indoctrinated from very young age to hate Jews. Itbach el Yahud, I know what it means. Chaybar, Chaybar, Ya Yahud, I know what it means. I don't need to speak Arabic for this. This is basically the limits of that I have in Arabic. But and the level of gaslighting that Palestinians don't refuse it. Whenever we will talk about indoctrination, they will find this image of like of this museum that people are playing with guns and, oh, you're indoctrinating your children. No, we don't. We have Arabs in our classes, we have Arabs teacher, we have Arabs everywhere. Gaza is unified. There are no Jews there.
You have Arabs,
It's
you have
not the
Arabs
same.
in your parliament.
Yes, we have Arabs everywhere. Literally everywhere. And when they are using those children, instead of those Palestinians to call out against it, they're not. But then they are crying when they die. But when you send a child to be a watcher, or when you send a child to throw a stone, and I see them, then they call him a hero. Look, the child is standing against the occupation forces without a fear and throwing stones. They make them into martyrs, the heroes. No, children should be protected at home. You don't need to encourage them to go throw stones, because when you throw a stone at a police officer, you might get shot. But then it's a double win, because if the child gets shot, they get to say, oh, the IDF is killing children. It's a mentality that is not like ours. It's a different ideology of like this, I don't know, that they say that the life begins at death. I don't know, I don't care, to be honest. I really don't care. Just want them to stay the fuck away from me as long as they want to try and kill Jews.
Well, Daniel, one of us, you don't have to care, but somebody has to care, because we have to figure out what exactly the button is that we have to push to keep them from hurting us. What's the solution? And I think,
okay.
Huh?
I didn't know that. I thought you were asking. Yeah.
I have a solution.
Hang on one second. To me, the solution is what we did to Hezbollah, which is just the kind of intelligence that just surprises them and makes it impossible for them to move forward. We have to outthink them. This is Israel's strength.
Well, yeah, you're talking about 2 decades from now. You're talking about 2 decades from now. This is kind of an operation that is years in the planning with lots of intel and reconnaissance. It's not something that you just cannot implement.
Well, if you want to be here for decades, then we have to think about decades.
Well, someone just wrote in the chat that apparently it was Israel who started the whole thing and was planning it from the beginning. So, guys, just wait. I guess, Israel has the plan going along, and, maybe we'll see in the end. Haha.
We planned what? We planned this war?
Did you see in the chat? Yeah. They planned for all the 15. How many? What's the number on the 7th, right? So for all of the hostages. Yeah, that was.
This is the problem with many Palestinians, that they never take accountability. They blame, how many times did you hear this statement? Israel created Hamas. They have zero accountability, like zero. And this is why they keep on repeating the same mistake and keep on dying. At some point, they need to change their risk and say, okay, maybe this whole resistant fighting that we are bullshitting ourselves is not working, maybe let's try peace for once. After 75 years, maybe let's try peace.
They're not going to do that. And, Norm, I agreed with you on the intelligence, but it's hard to kill an ideology. Now, we killed the Nazi ideology because we controlled the ground. We took out
There is no need to. There's no need to kill an ideology. The thing to do is to make it so that they can't hurt us physically. I don't care what their thoughts
I
are.
understand. Yeah. What I'm saying is you can wipe out their top leadership. You can do exactly what we did to Hezbollah, and there'll be more people that will take up the cause, and they will form new leadership, and they will continue to do this. The reason why that didn't happen after Germany capitulated is we occupied the land, we controlled it, we were able to snuff out anything, and until
we're occupying Gaza, we're occupying.
I understand, but if we retreat out of Gaza, then it'll be like Casley 2014. They'll just reconstitute themselves, they'll rearm, they'll and in a few years, so
you mean Casled?
Casled, L-E-A-D. That's however.
We're talking about bullets. It's lead.
I thought the operation was L-E-A-D. Lead, L-E-A-D.
Yeah, L-E-A-D is lead. It's what you make out of bullets. Casled, like.
Okay. Yeah, whatever. That's how I pronounce it.
Right, it's Casled.
Okay, Casled. Thank you for correcting me. I do appreciate that.
Isn't the issue that in comparison to all those other conflicts, Israel is the only country that's not allowed to win a war once and for all. And so long as
they're held back,
so long as they're held back and they're not allowed to win a war, this will continue forever. So and I agree with Norm that the goal should not be the eradication of an ideology. That's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. But military strongholds, ability to reassemble and exact what they want to exact, which is the elimination of every Jew, that is what needs to be targeted. And that is a feasible goal so long as this interference stops and the constant withdrawing and pulling back before victory stops.
Correct. And so the question is, how do you prevent them from rearming? And that will be the key goal of Israel going forward, is how to prevent arms from being created, meaning manufactured, and arms being imported.
Why wouldn't we employ, or why wouldn't the world employ the same tactics we did in getting rid of Nazis? Obviously, Nazism never went away, right? The ideology never went away. But they were not, by the international community, not allowed to be in power ever again.
Correct.
And until there's a coalition, and hopefully that includes the United States now, where we are not soft on this rhetoric, that we don't pussyfoot around, and we absolutely call it out for the terrorist organization that they are, and they are not allowed, as a condition of their very existence, they are not allowed to be in power, ever, anywhere on the earth.
But the international community, in our case, is aligning with the terrorists. This is the problem. You have the UN and Amnesty and ICC and ICJ and HRW. They are not condemning and saying, no, Palestinianism is a bad thing like Nazism. No, they're calling them freedom fighters and giving them money and prosecuting
need
us.
Some countries to grow a backbone. You literally are going to need some countries, namely us, the U.S., are going to have to quit placating, stop using language that waters down what they actually fucking are. Let the ICJ, let them do what they're going to do. Make them be on the other side of this. I think the United States has got to stop. That's why I didn't mind Trump's words. Whether or not he caused or helped or whatever, I don't actually care. But being very firm and being very direct in our language has to happen.
Yeah, Al. Yeah. I mean, you know, Imperial Japan wasn't just a political entity, it was also a religious entity. They literally worshipped their emperor. And here's an analogy. It took Germany 2 world wars to get the memo. It took Japan 2 atomic bombs to get the memo.
Yeah.
So there's only one question. The question is, what will it take for these jihadists, Nazi jihadists, to get the memo?
You may
But
hate the
the
bomb.
memo-
I agree with you. You may hate that bomb, but in the end,
And there was also American forces on the ground in Tokyo, in the major cities. And there was also American and the creation of forces on the ground in Tokyo, in the major cities.
why is there an echo?
We have the capability to give the message. The problem is, Jeff, it's an echo for you. We have the message, we can give them the message. The problem that we are not allowed to. The problem is not Israel delivering the message or even the Palestinians getting the message, is that the international community, and it was also a part of the Biden administration, is tying our hands. It's the EU and all those organizations that are not allowing us to give the message. This is the problem. We can give the message very easily. If we were just allowed. Imagine that we would do any of those things that you said right now.
Zev, if it were possible to do, I'm responding to the chat. And try not to abuse each other in the chat, please. It's unnecessary and uncivilized. The solution you suggest, which is you go over there and we're going to be over here, is a solution, but it's not possible because we don't behave in this manner. We don't transfer people. We don't ethnically cleanse. So they go around chanting they want to commit genocide. And then when they attack us and we kibosh them, they call, hey, you're committing a genocide. As though they're projecting their wishes upon us. So unfortunately, it's a little more complicated to transfer people. We don't do that. That's not what the Jews do. So we have to come up with a solution. I say the solution is this: if you want to live in peace, then please, you're fine. And if you don't want to live in peace, then we're going to sanction you. There's going to be a consequence. I think that's the only possibility, as well as changing the educational system that they've been ordered to stop the indoctrination. I mean, the problem is incentives. We keep thinking this is what Clinton did, this is what I don't know who else. That if we offered them a nice life, then they would be peaceful. And what we're seeing is that that message is not as powerful as the message of jihad. And that's what I think we're now contending with. That's the conflict.
I don't know how you combat this when they suffer deaths. It's something they celebrate. Like it's almost like you're giving them what they want when they die. How do you combat an enemy like that?
They celebrate martyrdom.
You take a little piece of them, and you stop holding on to life and peace as the noblest cause, and you take a Marwan Barghouti and you say, if you don't give back all of our terrorists in a month, Barghouti dies, and then if they don't do it, you kill him, you execute him, and you execute the guy in the next cell and the next cell and the next cell, because what Israel can't keep doing is giving back prisoners, and they can't do that if they've been executed.
Okay, I mean, this is a big change you're asking for, Jeff. We don't have the death penalty right now. We don't have the death penalty right now. I guess we could.
They need to immediately during the truce.
I guess we could.
They need to immediately during the truce pass legislation that permits the death penalty with prisoners. Send the message that if they fuck this up, they're all gonna die.
I know you want to talk about this a little bit. I haven't even heard this in Israel. Is there anybody living in Israel now?
I always say that we should start implementing, at least for people that are mass murderers, let's say that if you kill more than, I don't know, 2 or 3, whatever the number is. So, we have like a high threshold still. But if you kill more than X people, the death penalty would be available for you. And then we would have less expenses on jail, and they would have less reasons for them to kidnap people because there is nothing to exchange.
Okay, here's another thing. How about the fact that they are they're proxies for IRGC, and basically the world needs to condemn what's happening in Iran right now, and to all the people of Iran and the proxies. Hopefully will follow suit.
By the way, they could also just attack Iran. And that's also an option. And it would be an interesting point.
Take the next left onto Southeast 11th
Go
Street.
into a truce so that Hamas is legally bound to not attack Israel at the same time attack Iran. That would actually, if Hamas got involved, that would be them violating the truce. So the Arab world's greatest weapon against Israel is our humanity. That's the bottom line. And we just need to accept the fact that for us to do what needs to be done, we're going to have to compromise it to a certain degree. And we've already done it. I mean, we're not really going down a moral slippery slope to allow executions of terrorists. I think it's far more morally problematic to demolish the homes of the parents of the terrorists and the siblings of the terrorists than it is just execute the terrorist. And they're ready to.
The thing with the family is because some of the terrorists, blow themselves up, so you cannot really punish them, and you want to also stop. I understand what you're saying, you are right, but this thing with the house is a counter to the pay for slay concept. So if you go and you blow yourself up, and then your parents get money, we take that money in a way.
They just need to solve the jail overcrowding problem by executing them one by one by one by one. Or hell, 10 by 10, I don't care.
But do you want to discuss this? I haven't even heard this before. The idea of reinstituting the death penalty in Israel. I haven't heard it discussed.
Theoretically, we do have it. Theoretically, we have it, okay? Basically, according to the law, like the military law, we could execute terrorists. It was just never, ever implemented. Never.
I mean, I suspect that one of the concerns is that they turn them into martyrs. So, okay, maybe you're right.
Also,
I mean,
that's a sunk cost, right?
Maybe you're right.
That's a sunk cost. So turning him into a martyr is only a valid concern to the extent that them preferring peace over death is valid. They've shown that they are determined to die or to destroy Israel. So turning them into martyrs is better than letting them live and giving them back.
You're saying we should have killed them instead of traded them back?
Yes, we should have killed every one of them long before October 7th even happened. If all the terrorists are dead that are in custody, then there's no trade, then there's no motivation for them to take hostages in the first place.
I think it's a little short-sighted. Like the prisons will always have somebody in there. Because Israel is managing some of the security. So when someone is arrested for theft or rape or murder, right, whatever kind of a particular crime, they end up in there. Not everyone is worthy of the death penalty. Probably very few are worthy of the death penalty, which is why they haven't executed anybody. I'm saying, like, no matter how you will always have some segment of the prison population that echo.
I'm gonna deal with this echo.
Thanks. You'll always have prisoners that the Palestinians want to negotiate for. So, like, there will always be an incentive to just kidnap Israelis. And like, the thing is this isn't like news that the Palestinians would randomly want to, like, wander through the border and kill anyone they found. Like, they've been saying that. They've been saying that for 100 years. Israel dropped the ball. Like, I knew that day one. Everyone knew that day one. It's just like Israel had to focus on getting into Gaza to save whoever was still alive. And, cause whatever damage so that everyone knows not to do this ever again. But other than that, Israel fucked up. That's why, like, regardless of what you do, like, even if you did destroy Hamas entirely, it's still Israel's fuck up. Like, the survivors that are anti-Hamas but want to destroy Israel in a different way, they'll just do the same fucking thing if you don't control your damn borders. That's the tragedy of this war. Israel should have done better.
And the further tragedy is to continue to allow a threat this hostile to remain just feet away from where you're trying to exist. It can't just be about building a stronger wall. It's over. This conflict cannot end until Hamas and all its counterparts and various terror organizations are perhaps not fully eradicated, but their military strongholds and capabilities are eviscerated.
So, was this about getting the prisoners back, or was this about the occupation? Or both?
It's about Jews.
I think that's the problem. There's no, whoever isn't, I'm not even as versed as I'm trying to be. That's why I listen more than I speak. But just to say that, I think the confusion amongst the general public is also causation for what we're seeing, right?
What if you say she is? I know, I'm in so much pain. Like,
Why are you pain? Like, obviously, I know you're in pain, but you need to stop being messy.
I had surgery.
Doesn't matter. You remind me of a child right now. Like, you're avoiding the question, and you're like, my pain or...
Each case, like, what do you want to buy? I'm trying to sell you.
I mean,
after him and hit him with a false wire fraud charge and had him deported. So that's another bit of history where the government went after people trying to better Black America. And those are the kind of things that Donald Trump doesn't want taught in school anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the things that really is like made me disappointed for it was the fact that they were banning books.
Tell me more about this race play that you had with this guy.
He was beating this kitty cat.
You don't have a kitty cat.
On the charge, I'll pay her. I need a couple people, dogs. I already got some people, but I need more people. I'm hollering. Now, did anybody see whatchamacallit says she got pushed in on thing? Who?
She claimed. My question is, was she a celebrity or on his same level? Like, what are you talking about? Huh?
She wasn't a celebrity.
Okay. She wasn't on his level, right?
No.
So, how do you...
But on one hand,
yeah, many things are not expected on your model. So the first thing is that the explanation should be more.
Hold on.
Or better.
No. I think simple explanations being better is true in every possible world. But I want to just table that for a second and just say, but like our universe does have a lot of complexity, not in terms of like the laws that describe it, but just in terms of like the number of particles and all of their locations. And like there is a lot of our universe isn't like a 10x10 box. There's lots of things in it. And they're doing they have lots of properties. Like it is it's a very big universe. It might even literally be infinitely big, according to some cosmologists. So like, it's not ontologically simple, even if the laws that describe it surprisingly are kind of simple. And I don't know, that's kind of...
Okay, but that's the whole point. The properties of the universe are not expected given naturalism. So what we observe in physical reality is that things evolving into homogeneous, random collection of particles is much more probable than things having some sort of structure or having low entropy.
The reason why I think that like usable heat or whatever, usable energy is totally a thing that's relevant in terms of like, yes, things become heat energy and then you don't get to do anything with them anymore, and that's why it stays heat energy, and that's like important. But that's like a different thing than like describing just like the ontological complexity of a thing. And like a coffee cup, no matter what way you arrange it, whether it has two all white, all black on one side, or whether it's homogeneous, or whether in all of those states, there's just lots of particles in lots of states doing lots of things. There's lots of like things have lots of parts. But
I feel like that's correct that like there's more ways for it to be evenly spread throughout the glass than there are for it to be in some other configuration, basically. Because that's a coarse grain description, and many more microstates to satisfy the thing. Right?
Yeah,
like he's right about it.
No, I mean, I agree.
The point is that, like, the entropy stuff, I tried to explain this to you. The reason I brought up this, like, cream and coffee thing is because one state is lower than the other state.
You ended up reviewing.
Oh my god, okay, I'll just let you shoot your best again.
Yeah, so, you actually didn't explain anything yesterday, so you ended up providing an example which completely undermined your own position.
This is my kingdom.
The macro states in the coffee example is like closer to when we're talking about our hypotheses. It's more about like our understanding of it, whereas the number of particles and what they're doing is closer to the ontological complexity of it, and that's separate from the usable energy in a system, which is a third thing that's important to talk about. That just isn't the same as like the number of parts of the thing, and like how many bells and whistles are on it. It's separate from how many like how much usable energy in a system, which is separate from how easy it is for humans to describe it. And these are just three different ways of thinking of.
Agamemnon, it's going to be consistent for Sully to be inconsistent because according to his worldview, there's no reason for him to be consistent, right?
Exactly. And
the reason that the cream and coffee thing was brought up.
He managed to undermine the position yesterday.
Please stop, Aga, please. Okay, so coming out and trying to illustrate yesterday, was that simplicity and complexity don't really purely map onto the concept of entropy increase, because the the half cream, half coffee system and the purely fully homogeneous system, right, are both actually fairly simple in terms of describing them, right? And the things that we're interested in are these interesting swirling patterns that happen along the way from the transition from one to the next. So the idea that complexity actually peaks somewhere in between those two.
It's arbitrary that you care about those swirling patterns and something, not some other.
Half coffee is as simple as it's more complex than the swirls, or it's less complex. The point about the half coffee, half cream, the number of macro states, or observable macro states to the number of micro states is much higher compared to.
And the mountains was created before the universe. This is scientifically impossible.
And cities and states that are more or less, they're radical and they're unfair. Just the same way that Summer of Love, those people, they said we are anarchists. They said we're a different country. We separated from America. Go look it up. There was one arrest, 0 conviction. Nobody went to prison. And then look at January 6th. They imprisoned 200 people. This is fair.
Like destruction of property.
So you're telling me Summer of Love wasn't trespassing? And it's legal.
So it's legal when they put those people in jail after January the 6th, they did it because they broke the law.
Marshall, did they broke the law when they put barricades around a neighborhood where people live?
It was against the law to do what he did.
It wasn't against the law to say we're separated from America and we're anarchists and this is autonomous zone? They're not letting firefighters and police stations in? That's illegal?
When somebody brings up an issue with January the 6th,
your mentality, Marshall, your mentality is why America voted for Trump. So keep on going.
It has nothing to do with my mentality. It has to do with the meaning of fucking words.
Keep on going with this dumb thing. You just said Summer of Love was legal.
Haphazard way of blaming people.
You just said Summer of Love was legal.
The cities in the Summer of Love, they did some bad shit too. But the folks that get kicked in windows at the Capitol and were in Nancy Pelosi
there were federal buildings people placed on fire.
The law.
There were federal buildings on fire.
Climbing through a window.
Show me who went to prison.
The law, Sarah.
Okay.
They knew the moment they were doing that, they were doing something illegal.
It's very evident that we can't see when people are breaking the law. That is for certain. And we need to stop subscribing to the hello.
Hey, it's already
What's
going on with you guys? Can we get to one mic?
One second. So we need to stop subscribing to leftist ideology. It was not a summer of love, but what it was summer of riots. Let's call it for what it is and not use their ideology anymore because that sounds cute. Summer of love. It was coined that way for a reason. So it's the summer of riots.
That wasn't the point, though. The point was
that wasn't.
And no, that was my point, though. That was what I wanted to insert into the conversation.
They did it in Philadelphia. The National
That's
Guard
all.
was out.
This is officially a MAGA rule.
Marshall, that's
This is officially a MAGA
illegal.
rule.
The National Guard was out in Philadelphia.
The entire country is MAGA. Kima, get on the train.
No, I'm good. I'm good over here.
Don't worry, none of the illegals, we won't let them burn you or set you on fire.
I'm okay.
I know that you're for this, the illegals coming in here, but if they were gonna try and set you on fire, I would save you.
I can protect myself, but thank you.
Well, I mean, if you were taking a nap like that girl was, and she wasn't aware, I would be right there.
Protect me from the KKK and the white supremacists. That's what I need to protect.
I haven't seen anybody in those white sheet outfits in a long time.
Yeah, they wear police uniforms, man.
Where'd they go?
Last time they were cleaning up
They
the
wear
highway.
police uniforms, they wear suits and they're in Congress and shit.
They're in suits in Congress?
They wear suits and ties.
One actually just posed as president. He actually did the eulogy for a Grand Dragon.
Yeah, Biden is one. I agree with you. Biden is one. Trump is one as well. Hillary is one. I agree. We can go on down the list. They all are.
They're Klans people?
Hell yeah.
No, they're demons.
They all are. Trump as well. Put them in there with them.
Trump was the only family that didn't own black slaves. Obama did.
That's because he's an immigrant. His family came in with immigration.
Everybody here is an immigrant.
When they just allow people to come to the country.
Everybody here is an immigrant.
Not me. I'm not an immigrant. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not an immigrant. I'm not. How you want to tell me what I am?
Because I know you're not Sioux or Cherokee or...
You know that. You know that how?
We can tell about the
How do you know that?
You're not Choctaw?
How do you know that? I am an Indian American. What are you talking about? My family did not come from Africa. What are you talking about? You gonna tell me why? You gonna tell me why?
Yeah, tell me where you did come from. Then you should be able to rattle it off real quick.
Right here.
Where? Right here? Where?
Right here.
What tribe are you affiliated with?
A person that's been disingenuous and don't even care about the answer. I won't answer.
That's bullshit, because guess what? My friends that are Native American, when I ask them what tribe they do not identify with them as one of their kin, but they know exactly what their heritage.
They're not real Native American.
All of them are the Sioux, the Cherokee,
I need the Native Americans to come back and take that girl in, and then let's see how everybody likes it. And I would be completely fine with it. They deserve to take their land back. You guys fucking stole it from them.
Even if you go with the slave story, I'm still not an immigrant.
Okay, let's just say that you're a foundational.
I'm not an immigrant. The point is, I'm not an immigrant. In no way you want to parse history. I'm not an immigrant.
Okay.
No way.
Well, then you stole land from the Native Americans.
I ain't stole shit from them.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
It was your kids who stole land, not Africans.
Point is, I'm not an immigrant. You guys are immigrants.
You were born of the Anunnaki blood?
Yeah, I'm Anunnaki, exactly. Yeah.
Anunnaki, the people from Nibiru, the planet Nibiru, who came down to Earth.
Just like
Also helped create humans.
Colonialism was the way that Mexico became Catholic.
I mean, the stuff they did in Portland and all that they destroyed buildings.
Can I ask you a question though? Why, like, when I say I'm not an immigrant, why do it bother you guys so much? When the fact is, no matter how history looks, I'm not though. What is wrong with just acknowledging the truth? Okay, he's not an immigrant. Why do you get so triggered? I'm confused.
So that just means you're a slave.
That don't mean I'm not. I don't mean that. How do that
Your
mean I'm
family
a slave?
was slave.
I mean, we can only narrow it down by all the things you're saying. I mean, you stole the Native American land, or you were a slave in this country.
What did you talk about?
Or you may came over through Europe originally. Or you may came over through Europe originally. Like all the early Americans.
Yeah,
What
Probably from the Caucasus Mountains, I guarantee it.
All you guys are Africans anyway.
Yeah, that is true. we are all Africans.
I mean, I'm whatever.
No, we're all Nibiru, and the not.
No, Africans. Don't run away from Africans.
Yeah.
No, we are all God's children. How about that?
No, we're not God's
Well, God's children was Toth and Bill and Inky.
We are God's children. You just don't happen to believe in God. That's okay.
There is no God, though.
Nibishu,
like I said,
the mother of God's children.
The rest of us believe what Ann said.
Okay, and I can believe that you're creating the image of the invisible pinky unicorn. Doesn't make sense.
And Marshall, you're such a flip-flop artist. One time you're a Democrat, the next time you're a Republican.
Who?
You did not
He got a right to change his mind. What are you talking about?
I work in the Republican Party and I work on Republican campaigns. I don't do shit for the Democratic Party.
Wait, Marshall, just be honest. You did vote for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I did. No, absolutely.
Okay. So that's fair. So maybe that's fair. And Hakima is right that just because you vote one way for a certain election doesn't necessarily mean that you are.
Because Trump was a Democrat. I mean, how about that? I mean, but he got a right to change his mind. So you want to criticize March for voting Democrat?
Well, no.
Trump.
That actually is not honest. Trump.
You realize the Democrats put you guys through hell and created Planned Parenthood.
Well, they created the KKK.
They created low income. No,
white people created
Democrats did that. Democrats did that.
No, white along with Nathan Bedford Forrest, the original
Democrats did.
And now the KKK only endorses Republicans.
No, so
There was no party affiliation for the KKK.
Yes, there was.
There was no party affiliation.
I want you to listen
See,
to
now the KKK only endorses
You guys
Republicans.
relax. You guys, it doesn't have to always be this hostile conversation. I don't know why everyone always has to get in their pants in a bunch. But in no, who inserted and who introduced this great concept that we still use today? Race, what?
Democrats.
White people.
No, I didn't ask you.
White people.
Democrats.
So
White Democrats.
No, was it the government?
White Democrats.
Hold on.
It's not just Democrats.
Hello.
Yeah, race was
across the country.
Was it the government that did this?
I just answered. It was white people. I just told you.
Okay, was it the government?
It was white people.
Which were part of the government. Dumbass.
Cool, she calls my dumbass is fabulous. Good job.
Hakima, do you know how ridiculous it seems?
Hakima, the best part of you dribbled down your mother's leg.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Leave him alone.
No, you should have been a stain on the mattress.
I like him
I'm just
quite a
kidding.
lot. I consider him a friend.
I know it's fine. I just think that he's the light part.
The fact that you guys want to go to insults shows how pathetic and weak you guys are. Now don't look at me when you say
it's almost like turning the race, every single our discussion into race. It's just the same way. It's a neutral way to have any forward conversation.
Yeah, but Hakima doesn't become rude. You guys are becoming rude.
I've said nothing rude, Hope.
Not you, Corey, but Anne. I mean, uncalled for. Really uncalled for.
Well, rude is subjective.
Maybe you should have been a cum stain.
No, I really hope, to be honest with you, I said that my dad just recently passed, and what he used to always say, you should have had a stain on the mattress. He used to say that to me. And I'm like, thanks, Dad. So, yeah.
And I think we should all be adults enough to know that it's not a legitimate point.
And it's all part of free speech.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to give some context. I just think that we just...
Roger. He said he was going to report me to the feds because I told that the Brian Thompson piece of shit. So, yeah.
Well, Necro.
It's like y'all incapable of having a conversation. Y'all
follow any
like two of y'all went straight to insults when nobody said nothing insulting each other. Like y'all were some weak-minded, racist individuals.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I just want to explain, as long as we hit on this, the level of maturity and the amount of racism on this app. There was a great conversation on flat earth versus sphere, okay? I listened for quite a while. Finally, I just asked a couple questions, had a great dialogue with the guy modding the room. We had a back and forth. It was very well. I'm not here to sit, I wasn't there to try and bash flat earthers. I gave them credit where I knew they had some very good questions that you don't see answered, but then when it posed the opposite way, where they couldn't deter well, they tried to say that you can't use math, but then you tried to use math to invalidate spherical earth. It was kind of a comedy, right? But it was a good conversation. We weren't arguing. It was a really good conversation. And all of a sudden, somebody else said something about me being white. And the mod said, wait a minute, you're white? And I was like, yeah. Booted me out of the room, off the stage and out of the room, because I was white. We had a good conversation. He actually friend requested me because of our conversation. And then that happened. And then we want to talk about where the racism lies in this country. We have to look and say, stop the bullshit.
Exactly. It's such bullshit. And we know it to not do race has not done anything positive. And we know this by what's going on in our nation's history because of conservative race and this wonderful social construct. Why anybody still uses this is like just mind blowing, knowing how much harm it has done to people in our past.
Yeah, because it's not at all clear that the United States, like that racism has been a significant reason, component of how people have been treated in the United States. That's not historical.
I think that might went over my head. What?
Yeah, you're saying we need to move past race. I mean, are you suggesting that, race has not been a component of how people have been treated in the past?
Did you not hear what I said?
You said we need to move past race. Is that not what you said?
I think we're there, and we're just let's go back to Trump, and let's just talk about, okay, the name of the room is America's Back. Are you ready? So what is really going to happen? I mean, I don't think you're going to see, I literally was on a room in here where people were saying they were going to sell their stuff and move out of the country after the election and all of these things. And I was just like, you really think that? And then, he's a sexist, he's all these things. And look at the people he's appointing. Women, minorities. It's amazing. And you know why? Because he genuinely doesn't care what he wants. It's people who can help clean things up. And I think that's going to be his number one goal, because the legacy that the man can leave for himself at this point, the one way to fix everything all the wrongs, everything he's done, if you can clean, literally, nothing more than just clean up the corruption, clean up the spending. If you can cut spending, and you know that we can, drastically, it will change a lot of things, because guess what? We will have far more than enough money to help with a lot of different social programs. Now, I don't ever believe that education should be free, because we watch how it happens. Every time that the government gives more to education, education gets more and more and more expensive. We now have professors writing books. My son had 4 books in one class. 3 of them were over $200, 2 were over $300. Okay? They opened one. They never used the others. He went to sell them back at the semester. They were outdated. Guess who wrote the books? The professor. So they were new, had to have the new one, the newest book, because the last year's weren't usable. Can't buy a used book. That's the stuff that's happening to our children. To anybody going back to school. It's not just children going to school, but I mean anybody going to school, is you give them free education, but the books aren't free.
That happened to me in college. I remember doing the same exact stuff.
And they hid for years. Going back about 15 years, I studied this, and there was like 70% of the people were not employed in the field of education that they were educated in. That changed for a long time, but all of a sudden, just recently, those numbers are back about to that. They're underemployed or not in the field of study. And they're literally, you've got systems in place that are putting people in debt that they can't get out of in fields of study. There are so many other ways we can impact the education system in a positive manner, lowering the number of students per person in the class, per educator in the classroom.
There's a shortage of teachers. There's shortage of doctors and nurses and things like that. But so my daughter, she's in 5th grade, And just now, this last week, she finally got her her full-time teacher. She's had subs, a substitute teacher in and out, like 6 different substitutes up until this point. And if they're a substitute teacher, there's a reason why they're not full-time, and that's because they haven't gone through all the courses that they need to go through to get their teacher's certificate. So like they're not even fully qualified, and my daughter she is like a whiz at math. Like all of her teachers up until this point have said she's going to be in AP math. I don't know where she gets it from, but she's like struggling so much in school, and like all the kids. And it's like called after all this time. I called the principal, and I got the secretary, and I said I don't want to like be a nuisance to Miss Fonte. I said, but you're not the first, second, or third parent to have called for the 5th grade, and it's just really sad that there's a shortage of teachers since the pandemic, and I think that we all know why, and that's sad because our kids have to suffer.
Yeah, I mean, the issue I have is that, if Republicans think Republicans care about improving the education system, I mean, how do you explain the fact that Massachusetts voted unanimously in every county is blue and is the one that has first in education? Meanwhile, Oklahoma, which, voted unanimously red, is 44th in education.
I can definitely say that the right has been very lukewarm, and when the whole Roe versus Wade thing happened, and they were trying, they couldn't even sell pro-life. Like, there was no, selling point, what would be, and it just was so lukewarm. They would talk the talk of, how strong they felt about it and how abortion was so wrong, but they didn't, say any, up until now where I hear J.D. Vance actually say that he would like to give, the incentive for women to have babies is, they would get a certain amount of money just to have babies, not just the tax credit that we get when we file our taxes. Now that's an incentive. That's something that people can, because a lot of people are saying, well, I can't financially, support a child, and that's the reason why. And so, but I agree with you, Necro. The Republicans have been very lukewarm as well, and they say things and they don't follow through. But I don't see them doing anything evil.
Well, a couple of things. One thing you got to look at is, I would love to know the median income of that one state versus the other. When we look at red and blue, when we're talking Connecticut or anywhere, come on. Let's talk about who's there. And we can go on and on about that. If you want to look at disparity, it is literally on income levels. You can look at the income. Now, it doesn't mean 100% across the board, but when you take it large numbers, those that come from affluent neighborhoods typically have better schools. Their students do better than those of lower income. It's just a fact. Now, there's some, Ben Carson came from a mom that was working till midnight, didn't get to see her kids, working 2 jobs. And look where he ended up. So it's not the rule. But damn it, it's very consistent. So we can look at it and say, well, and one thing is the Republicans don't do, is they don't just, I'm towing the party line like the Democrats. We're going to vote for it. Some people may not agree with it, but we're going to vote for it and get it through. They don't do that. And I wish all politicians were more like that. And let's do it on a single bill initiative. Mia Love did this. Mia Love pushed this and pushed this and pushed this until, guess what? She was out of office, and I blame the Republicans for that because she was damn good at what she did.
Well, you blame a very specific Republican. It was Rand Paul. In the Senate, one of the ways that bills are introduced from committee to the floor is a bill read. Or they'll put something in first put something in for unanimous consent, it's parliamentarian. If unanimous consent is not given, which that's how the Senate passes things most of the time, unanimous consent. If there for some reason is an objection, which the vast majority of bills that have come through the United States Senate, Rand Paul has had an objection to, whether it's government list making or other issues that we would agree with, one should do. So Rand Paul gets a hold of the Senate parliamentarian, puts what's known as a hold on the bill. That means that there has to be a floor read. So they're going to get to the floor, they're going to read their bill, ask for unanimous consent, And if it is not given, then there are two options. One is to ask for a discharge petition, if I'm recalling correctly, and the other is to start the filibuster. Let's start the filibuster anyway. And so if it's not taken, basically it goes through the floor read. If it can't agree on unanimous consent, the bill will not be brought to the floor. And that means that the bills are never going to get a vote in the U.S. Senate. And most of the reason that happens is because Rand Paul puts a filibuster hold on them, which means most of the shit the United States Senate passes has to be in the form of big omnibus spending bills, because it's a hard time to vote for everyone. There's also in the House something known as regular order, which both Democrats and Republicans have used to vote on things one by one, but we're not really using it today. So, sorry to interrupt, I just felt like there's pertinent to your point.
The point is that's the very problem. That's the problem with politics in general. Trey Gowdy nailed it. When he was asked why he left politics, when he was so damn good at what he did, he answered it. Because you have to have two things. You gotta like it, you gotta be good at it. The person on the phone with him was damn good in the political world, well known, but well respected on both sides, and they laughed, and they're like, well, we know it wasn't because you weren't good at it. He goes, no, I'm not, I wasn't. I wouldn't vote for things just so I could later get something from my state. I know if I didn't believe in it, I wouldn't vote for it. And so I didn't get certain things done for South Carolina because I refused to vote for something I didn't agree with. So I'm not good at politics, and I don't like it. And that's the point. You have good people who see what's going on, and now you have to vote for something that you completely disagree with. You know it's stupid spending in there, but you vote for it because I'm hoping to get this back from my state. That's what needs to stop. Each bill needs to be held on its own merit. There's plenty of time in the day. They don't have to make them as long and as arduous as they do. They do it on purpose. Guess what? You got to stay and get this done. You wanted to be an elected official. Start holding their feet to the fire and make it happen. They don't want it because all of them, go look at it. How many here don't really believe that these politicians are doing it for power and prestige? They get their foothold in on everything. That's why you see them making the money they're making. That's why you're seeing them investing in the things they invest in. Because they've got a stronghold when they're in power. And they can get things done. So until they take those powers and say you're going to be held accountable for that single bill. Did you vote for a $5 billion elevator when we got a quote that said the elevator was $382,000? You did. We're holding you accountable. Why? This is the type of stuff. What was it? The bathroom that was going to be like, however millions of dollars they were going to do somewhere in California? A construction company volunteered, actually did it, donated everything, and guess what? You know what it still cost the state of California? $1.2 million. Everything was donated. But the bureaucracy that they have cost the state $1.2 billion still. That's the kind of stuff that we need to have people being held their feet to the fire. We can't have that put into these large bills because this is how we're getting into the hole we're getting in. Go look at the number of years it took to get to $1 trillion in debt. Then look at what it took to get to 5, and then to 10, to 20, to 30. It's getting faster and faster and faster because of bills like this. And as long as we all try to defend it for them, we're aiding them. We have to say, no, enough. Enough with this. Start doing your job. Start showing up, being there, accountable. And guess what? Guarantee you'll see things written a whole lot clearer, a whole lot simpler, so they can get through them a whole lot faster. The fair tax bill, 33 pages, the entire the whole law, 33 pages. That's it, not 33,000. This is the way it needs to be done. It needs to be crisp, clean, clear.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Thinking back to the title, it's like, yeah, I am ready because, to me right now, I wasn't too happy depending upon who was going to win. So yeah, I'd say I'm prepared. So I'm not really disappointed. It's, what America has been voting for in virtually every election. So that's why I say to me, it's like, people can call me a conservative because I have given up on the government. So.
Well, that's not what being a conservative is, but.
But isn't it like a part of conservatism, distrust of the government, though? Like, that the government is inefficient at doing?
No. We want to conserve the Constitution. That's part of being conservative. So, and the Constitution was based to protect the United States citizens from a tyrannical government. Our forefathers made that. So, if that's what you're referring to, but there's a lot of things that go with being a conservative. And so, Necro, you're definitely not a conservative by your ideologies.
But it's interesting, though, at the founding of the Constitution,
Do you like that document? Do you like the Constitution?
Oh, yeah, I do. But it's and it's interesting, though. It's like, at the time, though, the conservatives were the people defending monarchy, though. Back when the Constitution was written.
Necro, one of the key beliefs about conservatism and republicanism is that not only do we distrust the federal government, but we believe the very best way for people to solve their problems is to solve them locally at the base unit of political power, which one can actually control. We believe in affecting the government that's closest to us, which is municipal, county, and state government over federal government. That's one of the reasons Republicans usually tend to have good candidates that run in states who fit their districts, right? If you fit your district really well, you could be a Republican or a Democrat and you work out quite well. But I thought I'd tell you that so you knew. The belief that one should civically engage in their local government is a key Republican and conservative belief.
I think it's interesting, though. I took a few political compasses quizzes. I took one thing called 9 Axes, where you answer like 200 something questions. I understand that not all quizzes are perfect assessments, but they also labeled me with also being ideologically socially liberal. They also put me on as being a person who is in more favor of unitary government as opposed to federalism.
Say that last part again, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, so they had a rating of like whether I was in more favor of the unitary government as opposed to a federalist system. Which is kind of what Jefferson was. So.
Okay, I understand.
The thing is that, I wouldn't consider myself anti-capitalist. I would consider myself anti-corporatist, as was Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, Thomas Jefferson has a nice legacy. One of them is the Tree of Liberty should be watered with blood from time to time, or something along those lines. He was much more in the belief of, say, the French Revolution at the time. He agreed with quite a lot of the causes.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the way that, it's kind of the way I would have felt as well, I think.
What's up, Marshall and Dr. Adams? Good. I have a question about this title. Are you guys saying that America is back because, a racist, misogynist, disgusting person is becoming president of the United States, and is that what you're saying? That, the second coming of Hitler makes America back?
A garbage person.
Yeah, garbage person.
Garbage.
Disgusting people who nominated a VP who has an Indian as his wife, this anti-American person. Like, are you saying that makes America back? Like, what's up, Marshall?
You have to drink bleach.
You just said that he had an Indian wife, and you're against that. You said that he's the second coming of Hitler, but you know what? If you believe in the other side, I want to explain something, because even people on the left were saying this is wrong. Listen to what Manchin has said. They completely forwent the vote. They just skipped the voters. The voters have no right. They don't care. Guess what they said? We're actually a corporation. We can actually appoint who we want. See, now that's kind of the threat to democracy. That's the second coming of
Listen,
Hitler.
this is a man.
Ignore that.
Hold on. This is a man.
No. This is a man.
Oh,
You have these.
Hold on, Corey. Okay, my beef is not with you. My beef is with Adams, Marshall, and Ann. That they would support a man who had an erection on the Capitol, okay, and went after Nancy Pelosi and all these kinds of people.
No, hold on. Did you just? I want to make sure you're being at least factually accurate. Did you just say an insurrection?
On the United States Capitol, he had an erection.
He had an erection. Well, that's because he was touching a woman's pussy.
Yeah, right. Because that's what he does. He's not the other way. So,
right. So this guy, these are the people that they're supporting, and this is just propaganda. I mean, this room is clearly propaganda, because how can you want America to move forward with this kind of disgust? You could have had a woman in office who, has won every election she's been in, right? Was able to create. Well, she lost this one, but she was able to create
$1 billion.
Yeah, but she was able to create.
Why you gotta let him finish though, Corey? Like, why you get so triggered? Like, let him finish.
No. I just want to get fact because he's gonna. I just want to go point for point.
But let him finish though. He's
gonna have 20 points. We're gonna hit each one. I'll let him go.
He just got here. You guys gonna talk 30 minutes. Let him talk. Go ahead.
And I let anybody jump in just like I let you jump in.
You don't have to let nobody know. You're not a mod. You're talking about you let somebody jump in. That's the arrogance of Go ahead, David.
Arrogance. You're arrogant.
Okay, whatever.
He ran against a woman who won every election she's been in, right? Has a cackle that everyone loves, like has an infectious personality, may have infections, we don't know, but the point is she's an infectious personality, and he ran against such a person, and that person, you could have chose that person to be your president, but instead you went with a misogynist, disgusting Hitler, mini Hitler type person who wants to destroy our country piece by piece by getting rid of people who break the law in this country. And that is just disgusting. And it's something that I just can't stand by.
Oh, now you've been for
Well, it's because she comes from a middle class household. And majority of Americans aren't middle class, so they didn't subscribe to that, and then they didn't understand why she would wash food in her bathtub, and so that made people question. And then, but what was kind of cool is that depending on what state she was in, she could pretend to be those people. So it's we were getting it was one president, but actually 50 different kind of presidents in one. So maybe we should have rethought that. I don't know.
Yeah, but as a middle class person, she understood that these people who break the law and come into our country are needed, right? Because that's just the American way, and so she was going to restore that to our country, and and all you idiots who are running this room are against that. It's just disgusting. You should explain it.
Naveed don't mean none of this shit. He's a Trump supporter. I forgot about it. He's making a weird fucking counter argument, pretending to be a Kamala supporter. He's not.
I think he supports Kamala.
I
really do.
No, he's definitely a 100%.
Total Trump supporter.
People can change their minds. You said earlier that people can change their minds. He changed his mind.
No, he didn't though. But people,
he did.
You could have had the first Indian. You could have had the first Indian American woman to be president, and the first black woman to be president, and he chose this guy who wants to, get rid of black people, who wants to round up people, who wants to stop immigrants coming in and stealing jobs from Americans, especially from countries like India. Why would you do that? I just don't understand.
You're doing a good job staying in character, Nadine.
I'm asking an honest question. Why would you support some, look, she could have...
You didn't vote for her. You voted for Trump, so it's not an honest question.
But that was before the election. That was before the H-1B whole debacle came up, because I have realized throughout time that I need to stand by my people, and my people Do not come from this great land. So I wanted to have Joe Biden and Kamala win, but the problem is that if I continue to support them, then I can't get any move forward. So I've given my money to Donald J. Trump to try to get favor from him. I tried to give money to Joe Biden, but he didn't know who I was or who I was talking to and couldn't understand. So Kamala would have been the best thing. She's from Chennai, India. She would have been great. And then the other thing, Asian Black, like she uniquely can represent two major constituencies in America: Indians and blacks. One woman, two constituencies, and women. Sorry, wait.
You did such a great job, Elizabeth. You had plenty of tactics for me to spend it. That was you did a good job.
I want to, because it just...
I can't hear you, Ann.
Has the Trump rug pull begin yet?
Wait, Ann, are you listening to the Fourth Reich rally right now?
No.
Okay.
I just have to play this clip. I pinned it to the top. I have to. This guy does the best Kamala Harris impression. And if you watch the video, it's.
It's funny that Trump is pump and dumping.
Yeah, so Anne, come back with better audio, like that's insane.
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
I had it on music mode. Is that why?
Yeah. So.
Wait, no.
So I have a lot of concerns. I have a lot of concerns with you mocking an Indian American black woman, okay? And playing someone who's mocking this person, and I'm disgusted by you.
That's fine. Let's see if this is better.
Marshall and Adams, how can you stand by and allow this woman to disgrace two main constituencies of America? You people disgust me.
He won the election. There's nothing to oppose.
No, you know what, Marshall? This is part of more of your racism and shit like that you do, okay? It's disgusting, man.
There's no way that Marshall can be racist. He's a minority. He's a ginger, and gingers are going extinct.
You know what? This is ridiculous. First of all, you people don't even agree that there's 4 genders. Like, I mean, it's just the most disgusting thing. There's any gender that anyone wants at any time they can be. Okay? And you need to stop with this shit where you're talking about 2 genders. All right? I mean, this is just disgusting. Haven't you heard of them? By the way, X is a gender. All right? X is a gender. You know, I know, look at the applications. They say male, female, and X. So, you know, get on fucking X if you want, or get off X. Why are you all on X if you don't believe it's a gender? Okay? Get off it. All right?
So right.
It's
And you want to know what? How dare us actually want to like not kill babies? You know what I mean? We should want to we should have more abortion. We should be about this abortion life.
You know what? It's disgusting. You talk about all this shit. You wanna have, but then you don't want to give any support to the baby mamas and the baby daddies, like the people who are having sex on the side of the street and stuff like that, and having kids and all that shit. That can't afford to have their kids. You don't want to support them. You don't want to take care of them. You want them to just pop out their baby and let some white man take care of them, or white family raise the black kid. Like, this is disgusting. What you're doing is just absolutely disgusting, and I am appalled and disgusted.
Yeah.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Marshall, Adams, I am just look, Adams is even pooping after hearing all this shit because he's so disgusted, all right? I don't understand.
Oh my gosh, look at Moose said you're disgusting.
No, I'm pooping because I ate Chipotle earlier.
See, and now he's insulting Latino people. This is disgusting. I mean, this is what they do.
No. I was just, insulting, people on TikTok that now have to work at Chipotle.
You guys just disgust me. I don't get it. I mean, you like worship this man, right? Who says he wants to make America great, but yet all this guy does is constantly do things that are, against what the fabric of America is. Think about it. America's always been a land of immigrants, right? And the fact that this guy wants to get rid of immigrants is just antithetical to what America was built on. The fact that he wants American workers to get the jobs and not allow a guy who comes into this country illegally to get a job is just disgusting. I mean, why would you want that? And I hope you guys can answer, answer this shit. And I wish Moose had some balls to come up here and talk, but he doesn't. So that's what, kind of tells you the type of people that are here, because, why would you want someone, why would you not want immigrants?
How you doing today? How you doing, Nate?
Hey, what's up?
Happy New Year, man. How are you, buddy? How are you?
Hey, good. Did I touch a nerve with some of your
No. You wanted me to come up? Here I am. What's up, bud?
Okay, yeah, you had an issue, so what's your concern?
That if you were funny, I'm all for it, man. I'm on the left, but if you can actually roast, if you know how to roast, all good, but you don't.
I just mentioned 7 point of views that...
I thought you asked me a question you wanted me to answer.
Of course, I mentioned 7 point of views, which you stand by, so which one do you want to talk about?
Could I just jump in and say, well, you know me so well,
Shut up, Norm.
No, I just want
not too much on Norm. Not too much on Norm.
See, what?
Not too much.
I'm not going after
Norm is my brother.
So here's the thing. Moose will say all this, but when you ask him to challenge any of the point of views I mentioned, for example, illegal thing in the country, so give me the case for illegal immigration.
Not point of view.
Give me the case for illegal.
Norm, you're correct. Please use correct grammar.
Give me the case for illegal immigration.
About it, immigrant, right, Nadine? You're not an immigrant, right? You're American, right? So you better use proud, correct English and grammar.
So I'm waiting for you to answer. So give me the case for legal immigration and illegal immigration. Give me the case for both.
Wait, can we start by all of us saying our pronouns so we do this correctly and also doing a land acknowledgement? I think.
Can you guys lower your voice? Like, my earphones are about to die, and the last thing that I need is you guys chirping like freaking monkeys in the middle of me shopping at Gucci. Like, hello?
Wait, who just said turn our mics down? Wait, hold on. Who just said turn our mics down? Not Adam. Who blows my eardrums out every single fucking day.
That was an ironic request, to be fair, Dr. Adams.
My pronouns are that douchebag.
Really? How about douche canoe? What about douche canoe?
Well, that's a good one. Thank you for your pronoun. Douche canoe.
Douche canoe.
Anyway, Naveen, so where were we? So illegal immigrants, against it. I'm all for legal immigrants. Next point.
No. So your party supports illegal immigration. So you're now saying you're against what your party stands for? Cool. You're on the Trump train on that. Cool. All right. Make the case for legal immigration.
I thought we were talking individually, not parties. I'm not with any party.
You said I'm on the left. You probably said so. The left believes in illegal immigration.
Cool. And if you agree with every single thing that the right believes, then I feel sorry for you.
I'm not on the right. I've never said I'm on the right.
You have no identity. I have my own identity. Thank you.
I've never said I'm on the right.
It's called the less moderate.
Yes, I never said I'm on the right.
Oh, no? Where are you then?
Donald Trump's on the right. Do you believe he's on the right?
Where are you then, Naveen?
Do you believe Donald Trump? Let's see how smart you are. Is Donald Trump on the right?
I'm answering your questions. You not have the backbone to answer your own questions you're asking me? Where are you? What side?
I've asked it several times. So I'm on the Trump side.
Okay, so the last time I checked, Trump is on the right. Like, are you okay?
No, he's not.
I mean, in the right.
Okay, so you guys are just gonna chirp in like little fucking high school bully hecklers? Is that what we're doing here? Or are we having an actual normal conversation?
Okay.
Abram, can you stop mumbling?
Let's have an actual conversation. So Moose, make the case for legal immigration, okay?
Sure. I mean, it's what the country's built on. Legal immigration? I don't get it. What's the question? You saying we shouldn't have legal immigrants?
No, I'm asking you, make the case for legal immigration. Why do you think legal immigration is needed? In what areas and why?
Because it's what this country's built on. Like, legal immigration, how many generations down has
we should legally allow any person that wants to come to America, we should legally allow them in.
Well, we're all Mike.
That's right, on my real estate.
Well, see, this tells you that he
Am I not genuine? People, or am I talking to just one? What are we doing here?
Alright. Hello, everybody. Can we get one mic at a time, please?
Yeah, what's up, Jay?
Thank you, Jay.
Dr. Adams, how you doing?
Good.
I'm standing in the line to get into Gucci. So, I mean, life must be great. But what I will say is that, I'm hearing a lot of chattering and banter, just back and forth. And I want to come to a constructive conversation.
I'm done with
We have less than... Hello? Like, are y'all okay?
No,
this is crazy.
At night you come out here.
And why is Jazzy not modded? Like, hello?
I can help you without a mod. So Naveen and Moose are arguing. They are on the topic of illegal immigration. The question on the table for both of them right now, they should get 2 minutes each, is should America allow illegal immigrants into our country?
I thought the question was legal immigrants. You want to clarify, Naveen? I already said I'm against illegal immigrants.
The question. So
okay, cool. What's the question?
The question is, do you think illegal immigrants, and when I say illegal, I mean maybe they have outstayed a visa, they cross the border illegally. There are many ways you could be an illegal immigrant. So, do you think that they should have a second chance at being here?
No.
Agreed. I mean, like, if you've outstayed your visa, just like if we go to other countries, Europe, wherever, you outstay your visa, you need to extend or leave. Next question.
Well, Naveen did an answer.
Naveen, can you find your mute button?
What was the question? He's conservative, so however...
Well, it has to do being conservative. Conservatives have different thoughts on different things, and so you have to ask people. But I think the next question should be asked by someone else. I'm glad we got some decorum.
So I think the next thing was that Naveen had said was, the diversity, equity, inclusion, that Kamala was both Black and Indian, and that because of that, she, could reach out to more people, and she could relate. And that she was a middle-class citizen, too. She came from a middle-class household. Do you disagree with those statements?
Well, you guys contemplate that. What's up? You guys not?
So Naveen, Jay just let you know, so Naveen was doing a Kamala impression, like as if she was running, and what the things she said during her campaign trail, and Moose was coming up, because I guess he wrote something in the chat that was a negative connotation. And so they were
so I was just talking to Moose. I mean, because Moose actually, just said something which I thought was interesting. He said, we should allow legal immigration. But I said, basically I'm asking what terms or where should we allow it? And he just said, we should allow it. And so I think it's important to understand that anyone who wants to get into the country should not be allowed to get in the country. There should be parameters and reasons for why the person should get in. There should be a justification for why the person should get in. There should be extreme vetting of the person before they come in, not just we're a land of immigrants. And so, which is what you said, land of immigrants, and anyone should be allowed to come in.
Cool. So then what, if you had the power to come up with a list of said reasons, what would your top 5 reasons be that'd be like, okay, you're in, sorry, you're not? What are your reasons that would validate someone wanting to legally immigrate to this country?
Well, no. So immigrant meaning move here, or so like for example, visitors visa.
Move here.
Visitors. So visitors
to
visa
reside in the
is
United States. What would your reasons be that would make
reside
it
in the United
okay?
States for someone to actually come here? For me, there's only one reason, and that is the United States has exhausted all possibilities, and companies have exhausted all their possibilities for certain talent that is there. So, for example, sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead. Sorry.
So like I work on contracts with the United States Navy. I have one contract up in Groton, Connecticut, where they're building submarines. There's a new AI technology that's being put in. Okay, the United States Navy is not able to train anyone on this technology. Okay, honestly, they're not. And it's not because it's just that there's not enough interest for United States citizens and others. So they put up a job ad. They weren't able to find it. So they ended up hiring someone. This guy's actually from Turkey. They immigrated him to the United States. They kept him in the United States for 6 months under watch, essentially, United States Navy watch. And they didn't give me the details on how that works, but basically, like, they gave him a house, they did all that stuff, they kind of watched everything he did, and then he essentially got a green card, and then they gave him citizenship and fast-tracked it. And then now he's in the process of getting a security clearance, but right now he's working through all of this stuff to help the United States Navy move forward. Now he had to pledge his allegiance to the United States. They had to work with the government of Turkey to find out the background of the person, all their criminal history. Because see, when you apply, and I've done a lot of these applications for friends of mine for citizenship, when you apply, they ask you to declare any crimes you may have done in your country. They ask you to do that. And in many times, depending on the country you come from, like for example, someone coming from India, in the country of India doesn't have a centralized, they kind of do, but not really for every single resident. Like for example, there's poor people in villages, right? The central government of India doesn't really know who those people are. So what happens? That person could have committed a crime. Maybe he got a job, he moved up, and hey, some IT guy's trying to move him over here, or whatever he's coming in.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you up, but you're kind of going off on a tangent here.
Can we get reasonings, like for example, school?
I give you an example. He's saying Moose gave an example. So just to be clear, Moose gave an example. His question was to live here permanently. I gave one example. That is for United States when there's a strategic need in AI. For people coming in on school visas. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, yeah, but I think he's just asking for a general, so that would be work.
No, not general.
Thank you, Jasmine. Yes,
even general.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying for general work, no. But if there's a strategic
I get what you're saying, but I mean, it's taking a long time to get to the point. Which people, we have short attention spans. That's all.
So what I'm saying is, again, not everyone needs to come here for work. I'm saying if there's a strategic. Oh, geez. Moose, your question, I just want to be clear on your question. Your question was, what was the reason? Well, I was talking, then you tried cutting me off. So I said,
you were going on a 10-minute monologue, man.
So I said, again, I'm rephrasing. I'm asking you. Moose, let me re-ask your question and make sure I have it understood, okay? You're saying, what is the justification for someone to move to America and live here forever? Correct?
Correct.
No.
The example you gave me was, well, it's cool if they're here to help the Navy, even though in a population of over 300 million, the United States can't find anybody.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Or MIT.
That's not what I said.
To train these people.
That's not what I said.
I'll give an answer. Exploit them.
So hold on. Moose, you just gaslit what was said. So I said the United States Navy is specific.
One second.
Jesus, I talked about AI, specifically AI.
1 second, both of you. So Naveen's first reason is AI work. Specialized AI work. All right. Is there any other reason?
Nope.
Okay.
No other
specialized AI could be the only reason.
Moose, AI, stay out of our country.
Yes, Moose. I was gonna say, Moose. Do you understand what he just said? You have something to say.
I'm laughing, but now I understand. Thank you for the clarity, Dr. Jet.
So, Moose, let me ask you a question, please. And let me ask you a question. I want to ask you. I want to ask you if you have any reasons why you think people should be allowed to come in this country.
I will, as corny as it sounds.
Jessica, come to the country or move permanently to the country.
Is your name Moose, Naveen?
No, but hold on. We gotta ask the right question.
Yes,
we gotta ask the right question. But hold on. Moose said to come here and live forever, not just to come and work for some time or go to school for some time. To live forever, to be granted a citizenship on the right.
He said reside, which you can be a temporary resident.
Yeah, reside. No. Around for all the time. Like, you don't have to waste the damn time.
Nah. He said live here. So to live here forever, and I asked to live here forever, he justified said yes. So that means live here forever. So the point is,
she's asking me a question.
So go ahead and answer it.
My turn. This is how we converse.
That's not a visa.
You're talking to conservatives, man. They don't get.
Live here.
Go back to sleep, hey man. Go back to sleep. So. Yes, better life, whether it's for, there's war going on at their home, there's poverty, there's just limited, they're living under a dictatorship, all the check boxes that have historically brought immigrants to this country. Or they just want, to work in a country where there is more freedom. They want to be able to try out a different career that's not available to them. So yes, if they go through the legal process, they should absolutely be able to reside here. Naturally, it's not like people are going to move here. So I don't know, like this fear of like billions of immigrants coming over. Like not everyone's going to get through. Not everyone will want to wait out the whole process, which apparently takes quite a while. If they come in, all for it.
So Moose, do you believe that anyone in your example that you gave, because I'm just trying to clarify because you said forever. So do you believe that these people, anyone who comes in, if they want to work, they should be able to come here and be here forever and never have to leave? Is that what you believe?
If they come, I'm just going to come here to live. If they come in
forever.
Legally. Yes, forever, and then when they die, Naveen, instead of going to heaven, they stay in the United States.
So you don't believe that you don't believe in the temporary visas that are there. Got it. So I hope everyone's understanding this. He doesn't believe, so H-1B says you should be here for a short period of time while the work is needed, and you should be required to go back. He believes in automatic green card for anyone who comes in. That's what he's saying.
No,
you can't be on a visa forever. So find a tell me a visa. See, this is where you're find me a visa.
Take a breath, man.
Find me a visa. Find me a visa that allows you to stay here forever.
You're gonna have a fucking heart attack.
You don't know the answer? You don't know the answer? Find me a visa that allows you to stay here forever. I'll wait.
Slow down on the cocaine during Sunday.
I'll wait.
Pump the brakes.
See how you insult when you can't answer? I just called you out on what you said. You said stay here forever. There's no visa that allows you to stay here forever except for green card. There you go.
I'm saying, if you're able to get a green card, cool. If you're
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said people should be able to...
Shut your hole. We're not in court. Let me answer. My God, you're going to have a heart attack.
That's what you said.
Good Lord, dude. Do I look at you that much? Can you not allow me to speak?
But you said reside forever. Anyone
allow me to tell you what I'm speaking, dude. All right. If I misspoke, allow me to clarify. My God, we're not in court, you lunatic.
Dude, you keep insulting. I'm just clarifying what you said.
My point, as I said earlier, is if they are here on a temporary visa, then I said this earlier. If their visa expires, then they need to leave. Could I be any more clear? I'm saying it now. I misspoke.
No. You said, and you said 4 times I asked you, and you said, and everyone...
I misspoke.
4 times you misspoke. Now that you're called out, you look like a fool, okay? 4 times I said, I will quote you.
You're right about everything, Naveen. You're right about everything.
I'm not. I actually agree with you. I actually agree with you. Your later point. I agree with your later point. But not the initial point, which you insulted me on for challenging on the initial point. Then when I called you out saying you want an automatic green card, find me a visa that allows you to stay forever, then you're like, oh shit, he called me, and then you start changing your point of view. When I said, but 4 times you insulted me when I challenged you on what you said. I said, are you saying forever? People should be able to come in and immediately stay forever. You said, yes, That's how immigration works. Your exact words. Insulting me. Oh, if you would listen to me, you'd understand that I'm saying yes, they should come forever. I said, so tell me why you believe people should come in and stay here and reside forever. You said, they're leaving, a war-torn nation, or they're coming from this way, or they're coming from, that's what you said, reside here forever. So you believe all of those people who want a green card should be given a green card right away. And I said, and I'm saying people should come here. If there's a need for them to come here, they should be vetted. And then if they qualify, they should apply. And if they qualify, they should get a green card and then potentially get a citizenship. You unfortunately want everyone to come to
Naveen, I have a question. When most people come over here, what is the number one type of visa obtained by those seeking residency in the United States? Like initially, what's the most common visa?
Usually it's F1. Usually it's F1, which is a student visa. Usually it's that people come in, or H2, which is like you get the Dunkin' Donuts workers and others who come in that. And just so people know, they don't come on H1B. That's stupid. If anyone thinks they come on H1B, they're idiots. Those people come on H2, construction workers, things like that. Basically, they're trying to get cheap labor, but they want them here legally. They want them here for a 2-3 year period. And it even says in your letter, like I can share letters on here once I get home. It says this does not guarantee that you'll be living here forever, which is what Moose seems to want them to do. It says you're here for a short period of time, and your visa is granted for this period of time. And just because you came here, it also says you have to reapply, and there has to be a just cause for you to stay in this country. And it says, but he says if anyone leaves, a war-torn nation, they should be allowed to reside here forever.
Well, that's dumb. Abraham, you have something to say?
Yeah, I think that's silly. I'd much rather have the people that are coming over and going to our universities. I'd rather have them. I'm not totally opposed to people coming from war-torn countries, but
when you get people coming for university, what you're doing is diminishing the job market for Americans.
100%.
Because, so I get what you're saying. I would love that too. But I would love more of an exchange program where more of us are going to other countries, like, Dutch countries that give free schooling, free university schooling, except some Americans as well. There's not enough exchange in the education field for me with other countries.
And
like, we should be going over there.
And Jazzy, just to be clear, a lot of the countries that these people are coming from are not as easy. Like, to become an Indian citizen is extremely difficult if you're not Indian. Okay, extremely difficult. Okay,
for China.
But yet we have to allow them. Like, if you're running from a gang and you live in a part of New York or in a part of this country, right? If you're running from a gang in Colombia, but your government is free, but you're running from a gang, and you go to the border and you say, I'm running from this gang, we let you in because, oh my God, your life is in danger. Well, if my life is in danger over here and I go to another country, they go, take it up with your embassy. Here's the embassy. And they'll,
you know why? Naveen, and I talk about this all the time. I love my country, but the amount of shit that we do in other countries perpetuates this idea that we should allow other people in because we go in, we take territory, we take land.
Yep.
We do a lot, so they feel like we owe them. Yeah, they feel like we owe them at this point. So that's why they're coming over. And another point is my cousin got deported from the Bahamas. Okay, she was working at Senior Frog with no paperwork. My aunt works for the DEA. She was stationed in Nassau. And she had custody of my cousin's kids, and they made her leave those kids right there. And they shipped her ass right back to America. So I do agree, like, why are we so lax with other people and they don't give a damn about us?
Well, and also the abuse of the H-1B program. Like, with the Trump administration, the H-1B program was limited. There was this famous speech with Tom Cotton and Trump, which actually, and it'll be amazing to watch Moose debate this. If he disagrees with it, cool. But basically, Tom Cotton.
You spittle when I'm trying to make a point. So it's,
and then you make points, and then you get caught on it. See, cutting me off. You're cutting me off again.
1 second.
So,
you're all beautiful.
Exactly.
You're all humans.
I have another shot of Red Bull, dude.
Yeah.
So.
No, hello?
Sorry.
Hey, you insulted me. me 7 times.
Are you that much of a scumbag? You were insulted. You're gonna insult my mother who's pet. Is that where you...
Moose. Hello? I'm trying to gain order.
Like, how did you... Wait, Moose. Chill. Alright? So again, she's trying to control the room. She's a mod. Like, chill out, bro. Like, I'm sorry that, I lost my mom too. In 2022. I get it. People drag my mother on this app. The difference between your mother and mine is my mom was actually on this app. So I get it. But chill. Let the moderators do their job. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Genuinely sorry for your loss, Dr. Adams. I am.
Thank you. And you as well.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. She had a full life, 87. So, played tennis among...
I lost my mom at 64.
Yeah, that's too young. Too young.
Right.
But my only point, I got out there for a second because Naveen was crying because I said he was on cocaine and he thought that was an insult.
No, you insulted me several times before. You insulted me several times before that. Why do you gaslight like
I'm crying.
I got it. One second.
Stop crying.
See, look at that. Excuse me.
You keep insulting me.
Stop.
Yeah, sorry, Adam. Sorry.
No, it's good. Listen, Naveen is having a divisive conversation. Naveen, who I respect a lot, Naveen is an Ivy League graduate. Like, not too much on Naveen. So I understand that, tensions are hot. People are coming in hot. People, say things that, off the cheek. Listen, let's not derail this conversation. That's it.
Yes,
if I had known... Can I say one thing? I just want to say, if I had known that Mrs. Mom had passed away, I wouldn't have said that, so I apologize.
We know you wouldn't. A really quick, Moose, telling someone they're on cocaine and they're not is an insult, by the way. I know it might not seem like it's not a compliment to someone. If you told me I was on cocaine, I'd be really mad. But that's not the point here. No more insults. If you talk about something outside of the topic, we're going to consider it an insult. So let's get back to immigration. Moose, to be fair, Naveen did ask you to name a visa that gives permanent residency besides a green card, and then you went on mute. So, do you have something you want to say now?
Again, I think I misspoke, and I'm owning that. I made a mistake. I wasn't saying that if they get here, if they come over on a work visa and it expires, or their stay, so essentially, if their visa expires, they're technically illegal. I get that. I was not. I thought I said that in the beginning. That once their visa expires, whether it be work or student or otherwise, they need to extend it or leave.
Do you think they should, let's say they missed the deadline, do you think they should then be deported or given a second chance?
I think there should be a grace period. I imagine there is. I don't know if it's like at midnight when it expires. I'm not a visa expert, but I would imagine there's some sort of grace period. But yes, I think they should absolutely be held accountable and should not be staying here technically at that point undocumented.
Do they give you a grace period when your lights are about to be turned off?
But they do for the visa, just so you know, Jazzy.
No, but I'm asking, when your lights are about to be turned off, do you get a grace period?
Sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do. Depends on the electric company, I guess. And usually you get several warnings before they turn your power off.
And Jazzy, I just want to say, most have said what he's saying now, there would have been no issue. My contention with what he was saying initially was, and he didn't mention any of the disclaimers he mentioned if they overstay or anything. He was saying that they should be able to be here forever. No. I said, should they be here forever? And he said yes. And I said, okay, the only condition that I felt that someone should be here forever was that AI scenario I gave. I said, you give me a scenario when you feel someone has the right to come here and stay here forever. And he gave all those scenarios. And then I said, so you're saying that they should get a green card on arrival? Then he got caught that, oh man, okay, I don't know. So I'm just being clear. Like, that's why this, inflamed to the way it was. If it was just, hey, why do you think we need to have illegal immigrants here for a short period of time, or just in general, it would have been a little bit more of a kind of better conversation. But, I guess I think we can agree that there may be some need in certain industries and certain places at certain times for illegal immigrants. For legal immigrants. But there's never a situation, I think, where an American worker should get passed up, and that's what's happening with at least in the IT sector, happening with Indian Americans coming here on F1 visa and coming here on H1 visa, is they are getting paid significantly less. I was talking about and I'll finish in a second. They were talking about, I was talking about Donald Trump and Tom Cotton in his first administration gave a speech that every single Democrat was against, where he said, he said all H1Bs moving forward should be paid an equal salary to what the Department of Labor says an American citizen would be getting in that area. So but hold on. But what Tom Cotton said later, about that was that destroys the program. Because what happens? You have companies that are hiring these people only because they know, because they end up having to pay more now. Because let's say a person's getting $145,000 in a specific region. Let's say, I don't know, Long Island, New York, okay? And they're getting $145,000 is what an American would make. Usually the H-1B is making about $85,000. And then on top of that, the company's paying $5,000 or $6,000 in sponsorship fees to have their visa, to take responsibility for their visa. Well, guess what? Now you're saying you got to pay this guy $145. What does the company do? The company now has to justify saying, do I want to, on top of that, pay these extra fees, or do I want to hire an American, pay him the $145, give him the health care he needs, give him the time off and the flexibility, but with the Indian guy that you bring in, you pay him.
They never will, because most of the people that own these companies are not American in the first place. They have interest. Just like Kamala. Why do you think she sent so much work to India? She's Indian, right?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So they have the prevailing wage, right? So they do say that it is, the standard. I understand how you could argue that it would push wages down in a certain sector, but you are supposed to pay.
Well, no. So first of all, it's not checked. Like, I can give you an example of 7 companies for the last 20 years that have hired people on F1 visa. They hire them on OPT. They get a 3-year or 2-year OPT period. In that period, they pay them $35,000 a year after they graduate. Okay. Then they move them to H1. But what they do is they classify them as a lower position than what they're actually doing.
Yeah,
and that's how they get around it. That is the game they do.
Around it. So that means
they get around it.
But when the H-1B is applied, or designed, right? Like, maybe it's just not enforced, or
it's not enforced because the federal government has no say. Like, for example, the person that I hired, I ended up hiring someone about 10 years back who was an F1 student because I needed to have an AI consultant, because AI was just being conceptualized 10 years ago. So I needed to have an AI person. And I hired someone. And she was really good, and I paid her what the average wage was in the area, right? Not minimum wage, but a little bit above minimum wage. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna comment on that, but I hired her, and she did a great job. She worked for me. She did a lot of fun stuff, and what happened is that I was actually paying her slightly less than what I would pay an American who had the same thing. But I was just paying her in line with it because I could have classified her as, hey, I'm totally legal right now with this, there's no issue, but I could have paid her what a senior manager, because that's what really the position was. But the federal government doesn't look at her resume and doesn't ask you, hey, can you justify why this person is? They don't interview the person. They don't look at the credentials. They don't check you, because there's a whole belief, hey, the federal government has no say in hiring, right? If I want to hire a PhD and have him be my admin and make $17 an hour, that's my choice, right? So that is the problem in this whole thing, and that's why people are taking advantage.
The problem is they're not going to pay the person $145,000 plus the sponsorship, so they're deducting all the fees, which is why you get the $80,000 and the other $60,000 in the other fees. They're just equaling it out, right? So that's the real issue, why they won't pay them the whole $145,000.
But that's what Tom Cotton and Trump said, is that the total salary, like the payroll data must show $145,000, that the person received $145,000. You can't, you can't just write a letter saying, hey, we paid all this stuff for the person.
Yeah, as an American and those people that are overlooked that go to school for these jobs, my friend went to NYU to be a chemical engineer, and the bitch works at an airline. okay? Because they won't hire her. They're only hiring people from other countries.
Tell her, if you have me on LinkedIn, send me her resume. I will get her a job guaranteed in chemical engineering.
Yeah, she lives in New York too.
Yeah, if you have me on LinkedIn, any American who's looking for a job, no matter what industry, I'm pushing a program called the Train America program. If you want to get into IT, you want to do anything, where I'm training U.S. and American citizens, no green card holders, house moms, whoever, to learn different skills.
Naveen is trafficking Indians. Naveen is trafficking Indians into our government. Naveen, I'm kidding.
Naveen, genuine statement here. I do appreciate your apology regarding my late mom, and I'm glad we cleared up the visa miscommunication. But I do have to go. Wish you all well.
Take care, bro.
You too.
And Dr. Jasmine, thank you for trying to keep the peace. Appreciate it. Adams as
I
well.
wish you health after 12 p.m. tomorrow. Those health. So yeah, I mean, you know, anyone. So this is a real program I'm doing, Adams, and expect to hear this program in the next 6 months to a year from President Trump or allies of President Trump, because I've gotten pretty far in it. And so basically, it's a Train America program. It's where you're training American citizens, and you're training them on, unique skilled jobs. So that, so you're incentivizing companies like Apple and Microsoft and these companies say, look, you're going to keep bringing in H-1Bs and others to do this. Just remember, the 44th president made a comment saying that Americans just aren't capable. That's why we need to bring people in. And that is the whole premise. When I wrote that, I got Trump team's attention saying, like, wait, the 44th, and then they found the video where he said it. They were like, oh my God. And so then they called me saying, like, wow, we didn't realize that. And they said, yeah, that's the whole premise of the Democratic Party is Americans aren't capable, so we have to bring in all these people. No, you don't. And small business believes that too. By the way, there's a Mitt Romney's, a lot of people in the Republican Party believe that too. You need to bring in these people to do the work, because the whole point is if I can keep my labor costs low, then I can keep the profitability high. That is the fundamentals.
We need to be trying to find someone who is against that type of thinking, because honestly, I don't see it changing when everyone is in this thing for profit.
Well, it will change.
Like everybody is focused on the dollar that they can make over everybody else. So how do we find people that are not greedy enough to sell out whole groups of people for profit?
So Jazzy, I have the state of Wyoming, and hopefully now the United States government to actually lower the tax threshold to bring in these companies. Now, you're basically telling Google, look, I'm going to lower your taxes if you can prove this year for every H-1B you have, you hired an equivalent American here and provided them training and gave them the job at whatever the prevailing wage is for that particular position. And it's a cool program, and Wyoming State is doing it, and it's pretty good. Microsoft has opened it small.
Is it free?
Yeah, training's free. Training has to be free.
Microsoft just laid off a bunch of people.
Exactly.
So now they're training people?
Well, that's all. No. See, when you train, no, they are actually, but if you train people, so listen, because they get the tax incentive.
Right. See, I want people to do this out of the kindness of their hearts, because they want Americans to thought. Okay, well then I don't want it. I'm not taking something where there's a bottom line. Americans need to be pushed to the forefront. They're using humans as robots for profit. I'm not with it.
Well, that might be going
sorry.
Possibly. It's on the tech side.
And by the way, Abe, don't. I haven't forgotten about you. It was just my friend didn't get back to me. So.
No, I'm good.
You got a couple of things, right? See, but Abe is a great example. If you guys don't mind me giving this example. See, Abe, what he did was he worked his butt off. I'm not gonna give his name out or anything. He just worked his butt off, learned IT, right? Worked whatever he needed to do, and was able to push himself in there, and was able to defy the Osama statement, which is Americans just aren't capable, and prove to people he was. And look, you may have to, as an American, start off at a step lower. to get into IT. But if you're willing to hustle and go in, you'll do it. Now, that doesn't mean that, we should keep the H-1Bs and force Americans in. No, we should actually get rid of those people. It creates a vacuum that says, okay, we need to get Americans in there quickly because we have to fill that vacuum. And if you do that, you'll get more Americans in. I'm just talking about the IT sector. There's so many other sectors, but.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I said, there's other countries that are way more lucrative and prosperous than America, like these Dutch countries that give citizens free university schooling, right? So someone in the chat is like, well, you got to pay for books. You got to pay for this and that. No, they're doing it. They're doing it. And if we have our tax dollars, like the billions, and I know you guys are going to say, oh, I don't want to hear about Ukraine. No. Every month, there's a new bill with billions of U.S. aid going to other countries. And if that money was invested into this country, the outcome would be great.
It would make no difference.
Which is why we scream, yes, it would. Which is why we scream, I'm almost done speaking. It's why we scream, make America great again, because I don't know about you guys, but my grandfather was born in 1924, and life was different. The country was better. We had American-made products. We didn't have all this, I miss Dr. Responsible, these Chinese-ass wall posters, right? We didn't need them.
Did he even have indoor plumbing?
The country, he did. The country was thriving. So, I don't know what we're talking about, but now that Norm's here, you all have a great day. It's been real. I had fun. But I don't do the low-level,
Well, you break up with me now.
So, have a good day, guys.
What are those Dutch countries she was talking about?
What happened?
Normal Jazzy and I had to break up, and I don't think she's taking it well.
Oh, that's sad.
I know.
I am curious though, how much longer we're going to pretend that AI isn't going to have the impact on the job market that it is clearly laid out in front of us with what we're seeing. Although H-1B stuff, all of this stuff, I can't help but see it going in a direction where you're basically going to the corporations are going to have to be somewhat nationalist. You can't have companies that are going to basically be employing or producing most of the productivity with very little employees here or anywhere. You can't have that be a company that is just totally global. AI is in a completely, I don't know if it seems like nobody's paying attention to it, which is a little odd. But we have O3 models likely going to come out in about a month or so. And this is beyond PhD level with the benchmarks. Now, they keep selling us this, the cost of intelligence is going close to zero. But really, this is another way of saying that, in a sense, that it's not even really that valuable for a human to have it. So this is going to be very interesting. I don't know how much longer we're just going to pretend that it's not knocking on the doorstep. It would be very good though. It's also inevitable. So there's that.
Well, I think I understand your point. How would you distill that into one point around the H-1B visas?
Well, I don't think it really has anything to do with the H-1B necessarily. I think more so, I'm wondering when they're going to basically come outright with the idea that hey, or the next 20 to 40 years is going to be so different that this idea that currently we're in the situation where if we don't have more children, then we are going to need immigrants. Just simply if you're working off of a model where you have a job force that's paying into the tax pool that is supporting people that are not in the labor force. But that whole model, in theory, completely changes when we move into this age of whatever you want to call it, UBI, automation. That whole idea, people are no longer necessarily a liability in that regard. it's
Well,
I don't know.
how about like you were talking about companies being more nationalistic, which kind of interested me. Do you have any? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, how does that look?
Well, so for starters, all of these AI companies are saying, for the most part, they're saying what they need to say because they're still young. But everyone kind of agrees that, like, this would be a great tool for everyone to have, but China, we can't let China beat us to it. So that's kind of like a contradicting statement, right? Like, you can't really be for this thing being spread out to everybody, but also, at the same time, you need to be the superpower because, understandably why you'd want to be the superpower that wins the race, but the opposition is going to feel the same way. So I see it very much, it could fall into some sort of nationalist, if it's going to be countries AI, which is really, when you look at the amount of energy that's going to be required to run these data centers, it's going to be very similar to just countries in general, like the amount of resources that they're going to require in order to facilitate what they do, in order to have their productivity. I don't know, it gets very weird. I'm probably not smart enough to be able to tell you how this plays out, but I just don't really hear anyone actually talking about it. Very few people, for the most part, very few.
That's interesting. And you said something about they're going to have to be more nationalistic and less. I don't know if you said exactly less global, but I'm just trying to understand in from your mind how that kind of looks. Because to me, what's nationalistic is making sure that these companies that we have keep growing and they stay domestic in the sense of ownership. They're headquartered in the U.S., things like that. I don't really care where the talent's from or coming out of, but I think the best thing we can do is make sure that these are the best AI companies in the world, and they're still ours at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I would say it is an interesting, when you say talent, we're getting close to the point where the talent is really just going to be the product. It's going to be the actual AI, which it gets a little fuzzy, right? Because it's it's not necessarily going to be employing a whole lot of people, but everybody's going to be using it. So it's what would really be the difference of saying, okay, well, you can have your software or your technology in our country. You basically employ a very small percent. You're basically kind of destroying or changing the job market. But you kind of want that, right? Because you want to be in first place with this thing. And the governments are going to be very intertwined. They're not quite yet. At least it seems on the outside, although I'm very skeptical of that, especially with OpenAI and some of the agreements that they have with the DoD, which all of these things aren't. They should somewhat be expected. But yeah, it gets into a funny area where it's. I don't know exactly how it plays out, but I know the whole sort of marketing campaign of abundance, post-scarcity. There's going to be plenty of opportunity. Knowledge is going to cost next to nothing to have access to. These things aren't technically wrong. They're not lies, but I think they are painted in a way or framed in a way that's kind of misleading because I don't think we know exactly how that, what does that look like? Because it's all these things are good, but it's also inherently kind of taking away. It's basically making someone like me and you almost effectively indistinguishable from an animal, right? There's no inherent value that we could even offer to society or to the market, unless it's we're allowed to produce it and offer it out of to give us something to do. There's something that could do it far better, far cheaper. I don't know. But most people still think this is this sounds sounds crazy and it is 20, 30, 40 years away. It's not at all. It's not at all.
Ron, how's your day been going? Have you argued with anyone today?
Oh yeah, a little bit. Oh my god, I saw Sarah Silverman last night. She was amazing. I took my kid. It was amazing. She did an hour on the death of her parents.
I heard someone else saw her in Texas or something and was talking about that and said it was a great show.
Tremendous. It was like one of the greatest I've ever been.
Oh wow, high praise. Are you watching the inauguration tomorrow?
I don't know. I've never been very interested in pomp and circumstance.
Yeah, I agree. Get the highlights.
Oh, very symbolic. But I had a weird thought a minute ago.
Let's hear it.
If Trump won so decisively this time, and Biden has proven to be such a nothing as a president, if that's fair, I mean, I don't want to unduly criticize him, then all those people who said the election was stolen, and then I mean, what is the reason why? What's changed exactly? Trump is kind of the same guy. Excuse me. And is it all that just people wanted a change for one term? Well, like what? It sort of lent credence to the idea that the 2020 election, let's just say, something was not right. Am I making this persuasively at all?
I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying, like, it is funny that this time around he won so decisively and Biden won so big in terms of the popular vote in 2020. Like, it would make you think that one specifically was right, but why would that one be the only one? Because of COVID and the mail-in ballot, I guess?
Well, I'm not going all the way conspiracy theory. Yes, by the way, yes, that is
It was
why.
too big to rig. I had to come in on my other phone because Dr. Adams is asleep at the wheel and I couldn't get my other account on the stage.
Wake up, Adams.
Or past the mod. But compete like against you.
Or an agent.
But what's different?
Yeah.
Well, I think the victories. Are you talking specifically about whether it was rigged or not, or just in general?
No, I don't really. No. That's a conspiracy rabbit hole that I don't want to bother with. It's already been litigated, by the way. No.
Okay.
I'm saying.
Like, we've been through a lot. I think Trump in his first term, I don't think he expected to win. And then when he won, he just, it's incredible. Like, he almost stumbled into it with, like, just the uncouth, narcissistic, bullying, pettiness propelled him to the White House. And then he just continued for the 4 years. He was only, like, I guess he got a few things done, but, he was fighting all these, like, Lilliputians the whole time of, like, remember, from the beginning, even before he won, it was Russia collusion hoax, it was the Ukraine hoax, the phone call, the perfect phone call, it was, I'm trying to remember the other things, but, the media just had such a circus for those 4 years, which he encouraged and fed into. But I think what's changed is, like, after Jan 6, I think he really calmed down. I mean, he did have the whole, like, it was rigged thing that he won't let go of, but, it was stolen, whatever. But, other than that, I think he's been quiet and sober, relatively speaking, for the last few years. And so I think he's changed. And also, he had 4 years now to reflect. Or for the Democrats to just, like, shit the bed in different ways. And just give him 4 years to regroup. Actually get, like, total loyalists and competent loyalists for the most part, and be able to empower them. And he won at such a level that he just has, like, power like we haven't seen in a long time.
I don't think he's changed. I don't think that's it. I think people got fatigued with all the BS and kind of started to see through it more and more as time went on. And maybe obviously he was not as front and center because he wasn't the president, but the kind of Democrats took over. You saw the Twitter files, stuff like that, where it was just like, there is something to this, and the scare tactics and fear mongering doesn't work. And like you said, I do think you hit on something when you talked about Russia and Ukraine, and then the other quote unquote lawfare, whatever. They just threw so much at him, and you saw that people got tired of the hysteria from the left, and that hysteria was combined with a lot of not type of like common sense thinking, and it just is not a state of mind that can hold people's attention forever. So you got a lot of attention from people at the beginning because no one wants to be a bad person or whatever, and it's very bombastic and crazy. But once you got used to that and actually kind of started to maybe see where he was coming from or hear what he was saying, people are like, well, he's not perfect, that's for sure. But the other side is also not as good, especially with the Biden dropping out and him staying in the race for as long as he did. That started to show or make people think that, yeah, Trump's not great, but like, your side of the street is not clean either.
But it was like total. I mean, I think the bubble totally burst with. They threw everything they had with Harris, just like their last desperate gasp. And the media's just been totally. I mean, you look at. They fired tons of people. I think they've largely just given up. They're so their spirits are crushed, and now a lot of them are just like, okay, like, so think like a dog that's whatever. Now the dog is on its back. It's not barking anymore. It's like in total submission mode. I think that's like what's happened to the establishment and the media, the leftist, or just the liberals at least. I mean, the leftists are now like self-soothing, you know, at home, like rocking back and forth. But yeah, and so I think there's kind of a calm now, and we'll see what happens.
What do you think, Norm?
How did you get the house back from the bank? I bought the bank. There he is. Welcome aboard. Care for a glass of food and imam? I was just celebrating God's return out of the ground and back up into the sky.
I heard you if you put on shorter service.
I was. Thank you. That's what the good doctors at Arkham helped me find so much needed clarity. Now, you volunteered to destroy the bat free of charge for the pro bono work.
It's personal.
Let me guess. And I...
Anyone tuned into the rally? Anyone see the Kid Rock performance?
And endure your wrath, Mr. Wilson.
I don't have seen Kid Rock another time in my entire life. I've seen too much of it since Trump has been around.
You want...
I don't know, man. I'm happy for the people who are here.
Here is something that...
He's so bad. He's just like screaming.
His name is Bruce Wayne.
How did you get the house back from the bank?
I do wonder how it's going to play because there's going to be a lot of, criticism now that there will be things to criticize given he's the president. I wonder how the reaction will be digested or kind of portrayed on the left, communicated on the left. If, it'll still feel like the same old hysteria, or if there will be, I don't know. I'm just interested because I think a lot of what they did was to make everything a huge deal, and that ended up backfiring on them in the long term. So we'll see if they have more sober analysis. I think that would be wise for them, but I don't know.
Yeah, but tomorrow's going to be interesting. See how much stuff it's just, now I just get out the popcorn, see what happens.
Yeah, I want to see what these executive orders are.
Thrifty Deb, we invited you up. Oh wait, he's not here anymore.
Thank you. I started playing the piano and I forgot, and now I forgot what I was going to ask. But thank you. Hopefully I'll remember. It was something that Norm said.
What did I say?
God only knows. I don't remember what it was.
I'll tell you, what was the topic that because I was talking to my case study, was ignoring the phone for a few minutes. What were you?
Well, no, this was before when you were on here, and then I went off and played the piano, and I just came back, and now I don't remember.
Wow.
Is everybody celebrating the return of the 3 hostages
Are you gonna stay up to Mac? Yeah, of course.
No, some of us are celebrating the release of 1,000 brutal butcher murderers.
I know, it is an amazing contrast.
I got one name from somebody, I was kind of pleased. Mohammed, I can't see, I don't know, I have a stack of no. Oh, wait, here it is. Mohammed Abu Warda, who did a bus bombing and killed 44 in 1996. That's one of the people.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that lovely? Bombing a bus, a suicide bombing of a bus.
Oh, yeah, it's disgusting.
Like, at some point, do the Israelis say, I've had enough, we're going to handle this the way anybody else would handle it, and that is with maximum sanction?
Well, it's you know, it's this desire to get those innocent hostages back, but, you know, I don't know. It's a tough call because, you know, I don't know. It's hard to sacrifice somebody else's life like that, but on the other hand, at some point, it just seems so outrageous. But did you see the list? They finally released the list of the 33 hostages.
Did they say if they're alive or not?
Let me check the list.
Now, now Israel's going to be free to, or not quite yet, they may have to wait a few weeks, but they'll be free to assassinate all those people they just released.
Rejoicing. And I put it on Instagram. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's also, I will always do that. I will always end up unmiking myself by accident.
So they're saying Trump will, on day one, declare a national emergency on the U.S.-Mexico border.
What exactly will that do?
Good question. I'm not really sure. Probably just gives them some type of emergency powers, I guess, to do something or other. I mean, according to reports, well, this is separate, but he's going to do raids and immigration raids in a lot of cities, including Chicago.
Yeah, I did see that.
He'll be, I guess with the national emergency, he can use the military and National Guard, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So I see one of the hostages released today was a young woman who's 24 years old. Very, very sad. So she's, must have been 23 or 22, I guess, when she was captured.
Friggin' nightmare. Did you see how they were cringing with those disgusting Hamas, whatever those are, those mutants that they were surrounding her? Like they're dominating a 24-year-old girl.
No, I didn't. I didn't see that actually. Yeah.
A horrible image.
Yeah,
really horrible. I mean, they're carving out a niche for themselves in human history as pure barbarians.
So today it was a 24-year-old, a 28-year-old, and a 31-year-old.
Like two from the festival and one from the kibbutz. The older one must have been from the kibbutz. That's what I remember.
That makes sense.
The festival that our friends were at. I mean, do you think the rest of the world is feeling this way? The outrageousness of this?
if Trump regrets pressuring for this deal.
Oh, I think he and Bibi made a second deal as yet undisclosed for the bigger picture. Because Hamas is not an existential threat to Israel. They are just barbaric criminals. But there are some entities that are potentially existential threats, like Iran, like, I don't know, Turkey. So and I think Bibi and old Donald both know it.
Well, I'm looking at a video now of it was shot earlier today with the Palestinians all excited and they're live streaming it. And then the caption said, Palestinians today, well groomed, well fed, clean cut. This is why they didn't need to help Israel retrieve the hostages. No war pressure existed. Everything was an illusion. So it is true that, like, if you look at the video, everybody, looks in good shape.
Who said that? It's the second time I've heard that today. Who?
It's on YouTube, so it doesn't have the name of the person, but it looks to me like, based on this other post, that this guy is a Christian. And then when I see the video, it is true. Like, whoever these people are, they look in good condition.
So the term I've been using is, I think I'm copying it from someone. They've weaponized our humanity, or they've weaponized our compassion.
Yeah, they know it's your weakness.
I refuse to concede, though, that humanity and compassion are weaknesses.
Well,
Are you in the middle of a thought?
I mean, their vulnerabilities if the other people know what your limits are.
What does that mean if they know what your limits are?
Because they know what they can get away with. They know kind of what the deal is, and they knew they could do October 7th and not just be completely exterminated.
Let me say something horrible.
In other contexts, other groups fighting other groups wouldn't be able to make that assumption.
Okay, in Darwinian terms, Agent, if we don't learn, then we deserve what happens. That should be the difference between us. Actually, they have learned and we have not. They have learned that, again, asymmetrical. So they have, it's a little bit like the same thing over and over again. It's like, it's not unlike 9/11. So they challenged the United States with box cutters, something that you can get for 99 cents in a store, at Home Depot or something. So in this case, they come in on, they basically came in on roller skates, right? Just to make it into hyperbole. They come in on roller skates and just go on a kill crazy rampage. It's like, really? Somebody would do that? It's like aliens came to Woodstock and ate all the hippies, far out there?
No, I think you're onto something, but you know, in fairness, the pilots were operating on the old paradigm from the hijacking from the, I think it was the 70s. So the idea was that you give in to their demands, you know, and you know, because the presumption is that they're going to land the airplane somewhere and make demands and all this type of stuff. So you're basically buying time. So
Is that what the pilots did? I mean, was there an alternative? Should they have fought them or crashed the plane or what?
no, well, at the time, like prior to this incident, that was normal policy in airlines. Do you remember? Like there used to be like a hijacking craze. I think it was in the 70s or maybe
I
earlier.
remember it well. I remember it very well. They got out of LaGuardia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and they you know, but the kidnappers would usually demand to take them somewhere, you know, some faraway place, and then you know they would deal with it later because the idea was to try to save the passengers' lives and to buy time and capture the crooks later. But the problem is you know they had a totally different vector, which was let's get in the cockpit and crash the plane into the thing. So now, of course, pilots have a very different directive, which is like you don't open no matter what. Like even if they start killing off all the passengers one by one, you let them do that because at least you're limiting the loss to the passengers on the plane. But yeah, it's horrific. I mean, what can you say?
I'm sure you've noticed this, that when the pilot has to go to the bathroom, they put the food cart across the aisle. Have you noticed that?
No, I didn't notice that, but it doesn't surprise me. But I know
they did.
I have all kinds of protocols, like, you know, because before the personnel used to be able to get into the cockpit relatively easily. You know, they would knock and, you know, give them their meals or whatever, but now I guess they use coded language or whatever before opening it.
I don't even know what I hadn't thought about the meals. I remember I would always stop off with the pilots with my kid. They let him sit in the pilot's chair. They put on a hat. They give him plastic wings and stuff. It's like the highlight of the pilot's day as well as my kid. You know, you can still do it before the plane takes off, Steve. By the way, just in case you know anyone flew.
Yeah, I used to fly a lot as a kid, and I remember doing all that stuff. And I even had them one time. They took me like on a tour and stuff, and they were very nice. You know, the crew is very nice to kids, basically.
Yeah.
Especially like if you're flying alone. I used to fly alone a lot, so that was fun.
Were you an unaccompanied monster?
I was one of the unaccompanied monsters. Yeah. But they take good care of you when you're in that situation. You know?
Did you wear that thing on the outside of your jacket or your shirt?
I don't remember wearing anything special. Well, what happened here? I think is what they do.
Yeah, with your ticket.
Yeah, definitely now they do. I don't remember that at the time, but I was always accompanied. Like there was, you know, somebody that was with me at the airport. The whole 9 meters.
I remember the first time I sent my kid off on the plane alone. And first of all, he was much better at all the logistics than I was. Like we just zoomed. We changed in Dallas, and he found the gate that he had to depart from, like better than I did. He was just like running through the airport. And then I brought him to the gate, and you know we talked to the gate personnel, everything like that, and they pinned that thing on his jacket, and like 2 seconds later he ripped it off, he put it in his pocket, and he just like ran onto the plane and flew alone. It's kind of gratifying to think about that. Why did you fly so much alone as a kid? You a spy or something?
No, I don't think spies flies unaccompanied monsters, but
Baby side.
sit, right? Babysit, spying training.
For those of you who didn't get the joke, we were making a word play on unaccompanied minor.
So the pictures are very heartwarming, I guess. It's nice to see these people being reunited with their families and stuff. I mean, I just I just can't even imagine having to live, over a year in those type of conditions. I mean, it must be just so scary. Like you don't know day to day what's happening and stuff.
I don't know how you begin to process that.
I don't even I get stuck like 2 minutes in the metro. So yeah, I don't know what this is like.
Was there a baby returned already or scheduled to be returned?
No, and that's a big concern, Pete. We've been asking for the baby for the whole time, and they won't give us an answer. And there's some fear that the worst may have occurred already.
And the birthday was yesterday.
This is the baby Biba, B-I-B-A. There's 3 from that family.
Yeah, the mom, right? And then the yeah. But I mean, that's amazing to me because yesterday was the child's birthday. So that means every birthday the child's had so far has been in captivity. He's only had 2 birthdays.
I can't imagine what the theme was day of his birthday party that Hamas gave him.
Well, have you seen that disgusting video that the captives played? I guess it's with the other child. Have you seen that? Oh yeah. This was I don't even know how long ago, many months ago, but they released a video with the young child. So maybe it's a different one. I don't really know, but this child was probably about 5 or 6, and they were feeding it and teaching it some Arabic and telling it what type of blessing to say and stuff like that. I was just horrified by it.
Yeah, they compel you to recite Quran.
Oh, we got a statement from the Hamas prisoners media office. So I didn't even know there was such a thing. This is their statement. The prisoner exchange deal, Flood of the Free, is a national achievement, the fruit of the sacrifices of our people in all fields, and the resistance insistence on fulfilling its promise to our prisoners and our people. It represents a milestone in our struggle. This deal is evidence that the resistance is capable of imposing its will and wresting the rights of our people from the clutches of the occupation. This achievement today is not the end of the road, but rather a new step on the path to freedom and liberation, and our path will continue until the last prisoner, male and female, attains their freedom.
learn, and I hate to be cruel, if we don't learn from this, then we deserve what happens next. From a Darwinian perspective, do you think that's too tough, Bureau?
I don't know, because, I might have said that a couple of days ago, but as I'm reading more and more of these official statements, and I just think it's amazing, like, they can't even take a moment off of gloating of this victory as they see it. I mean, it just, I don't know, it's just mind-boggling to me.
It is mind-boggling, but we shouldn't focus only on the granular, emotional valence of the exchange. We should also be honest that Iran knows that Trump has it in his crosshairs, which is why they attempted to assassinate him. That was on the front page of the New York Times. And we know very well that we are turning our attention to the big picture, to places like Iran. The big question is, how do we upset the equilibrium of Shia versus Sunni if we remove Iran from its attempt to dominate the region? What do you think?
Well, that's a good point. Did you see this gift package they gave to the hostages?
No.
Yeah, so somebody took a photo of it. So apparently they attached to the hostages this little, I don't know, it looks like maybe it's a bag or a box, I can't really tell, with a gift. And inside it is a map of Gaza and photos of them in captivity.
What do you think the message is? So they remember?
I guess, I don't really know. It just seems so bizarre to me.
If I'm assuming that minimally you and I, Euro, are moderate, if that's not too controversial a term. Could you imagine what people who are less moderate than us are thinking and feeling right now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would love to hear from some of them, to be honest, because, I'm starting to feel like some of those comments that I previously said were extreme, maybe they're right. I'm scrolling through videos right now, and a lot of these videos show, like, these Hamas terrorists with tons of young children, and they're just, very young, and they're just encouraging them and getting them to chant and salute and, getting them all riled up.
Yeah, I saw those too. It's so disturbing. I mean, there are no words.
Look at this one. Palestinian Islamic terrorists chanting K-bar, K-bar for the death of all Jews.
Yes, Khaybar al Yahud. Khaybar, I believe, was K-H-Y-B-R. It was a city near Mecca.
They're yelling. Yeah, and it was a famous battle, I guess. But it's just sad seeing them basically instilling hate in a new generation.
So there's a woman at the bottom of my screen whose name is Nazi. Should we send her off? Done. Glad you agree.
Oh, I didn't see that. When you say if we don't learn our lesson, you just mean like there's just a time where you say, okay, no babies ever get stolen again. End of story. Whatever needs to be done needs to be.
No.
What
No. If they've used our humanity as a weapon against us, then we have to devise a defense against this weaponization of our humanity without losing our humanity.
Let me ask you this. Is there some point where we just say, like, the demands are too much and we're just not going to do it? And yes, it's a shame that the hostages will be held or killed, but, like, you know, like, how far do we just get into these demands?
Somebody else this morning suggested that we reinstate the death penalty. So then there's nobody for them to trade.